Chapter 1896. He Qingjian ignored the sarcasm in Gu Nianji's words and said aloofly, I remember it very clearly because for the past 12 years, there hasn't been a day when I haven't recalled the situation. I just want to find some clues and piece together the real situation. But it's very difficult. Your father can't be reasoned with by ordinary people. He came and left, and Suan died in the study. He Qingjian looked up at Gu Nianji. His eyes were already a little red, but the expression on his face didn't change. It was as cold and distant as before, as if he was wearing a mask. He only smiled from the bottom of his heart when he was facing his son, He Zhichu. So Nianji, I have no choice but to put him on the wanted list. I have to find him and ask him what he told Suan. Gu Nianji sighed softly. It was so difficult to communicate with someone like her father. Gu Nianji could even imagine that the stubborn, arrogant Lu Jin wouldn't listen to anyone at that time. No one could change what he had decided and what he had made up his mind. It wasn't until Qin Suan suddenly died and Gu Nianji was in danger that he changed. But your father disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, he couldn't be found anywhere. He destroyed all the experiment records and everything related to you that he had left in the laboratory. Even the hard drive was completely destroyed. Everything looked like it had been planned. He Qingjian's voice lowered. Nianji, you should be glad that I didn't testify in court. Otherwise, your father, Gu Xiangwen, would have been the one who would have been convicted. Gu Xiangwen had been hiding for so many years. In fact, he had always been a wanted suspect and had never been convicted in court. Gu Nianji was silent for a long time before she said softly, then should I thank General He for being merciful and showing mercy? There's no need to thank me. I just want to tell you what happened at the time. I don't care what you think, and I don't care. He Qingjian looked away and at the geometric patterns on the curtains. He continued, but this happened after Qin Yaoguang called that morning. I think what you want to know more is about Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji nodded. Of course. I never believed that my father was the murderer, but Qin Yaoguang and Qin Bei had too many suspicious points. He Qingjian stared at her intently and suddenly asked. Where did you find out about some things? Back then, Suan and I tried our best to investigate her parents' car accident and the sale of land, but even Suan couldn't find out what you know now. Gu Nianji thought to herself, I have a cheat like my father, so of course I have more information than you guys. Unfortunately, she couldn't say it out loud. However, when she thought of this, she still closed her eyes and extended her right pinky finger. She gestured at the tip of her pinky finger and said, however, I will forgive you a little bit right now. Just a little bit, no more. Although He Qingjian's heart was heavy, he was still amused by Gu Nianji's childish behavior. He looked at her and his eyes became dazed. He muttered. Nianji, sometimes your expressions and actions are really like Susu's. She doesn't have any childhood memories like you, and she's also like you. She's smart, playful, strong, and stubborn. When she's stubborn, even a few towing machines combined can't pull her back. She'll inadvertently reveal a hint of childish naughtiness. People can't hit her or scold her, but they can't spoil her too much. Otherwise, she'll really go to heaven. Gu Nianji's ears turned red when she heard this. She quickly turned her head away and said, why don't you tell me what happened that day? Let's start with Qin Yaoguang's call. He Qingjian realized that he had lost his composure. He composed himself and said, I was rude. He was silent for a moment before continuing, the weather was good that day. It was just autumn, and it was the best season of the year in the imperial capital. Susu didn't have to go to the law firm that day. You were throwing a tantrum and pestered Susu to say that you didn't want to go to the tutor's place and wanted to go to the amusement park for a day. Perhaps it was because he had completely let down his guard against Gu Nianji. He Qingjian spoke much more easily in front of her. He even used the intimate term Susu to Qin Suan. Gu Nianji suddenly turned around. Me? I was there that day. He Qingjian nodded and looked at her sadly. Of course you were there. Ever since you entered my house, Susu only has eyes for you. When he said this, there was a hint of jealousy and envy in his tone that he couldn't hide. Gu Nianji, she smiled uncomfortably. I was still a child at that time. He Qingjian also smiled. You were already 8 years old at that time. After 2 years in our house, you were very different from when you first came to our house. You were no longer timid and autistic, and you no longer hid from everyone you saw. The only thing that was the same was that you were the most clingy to Susu. As long as she was at home, you were her little tail. When she went to the bathroom to take a shower, you would hand her a towel from outside the shower curtain. She would work overtime in the study to read the files. You would hold your dolls of all sizes and play the trial in the children's playground in her office, and she was the most shameless. Susu had no resistance to you at all. She knew that it wasn't good to spoil children, and she was strict with Ah Chu. But when it came to you, she had no principles at all. Gu Nianji could clearly hear He Qingjin complaining about her, but her heart actually felt warm. Her resentment and dissatisfaction towards He Qingjian gradually dissipated. She rested her cheeks on her hands and leaned forward with her elbows on her knees. Her big and bright eyes were like twinkling stars in the sky in the dark carriage. She blinked and said in high spirits, "That's because I'm too cute. I'm definitely very obedient." He Qingjian stared into her eyes and smiled. You're cute, but not necessarily obedient. Gu Nianji curled her lips. And then? She wanted to hear more about what had happened between Qin Suan and her, but He Qingjian didn't say anything else. He changed the topic and talked about Qin Yaoguang's phone call that day. I woke up very early that day. I was in the study preparing the materials for the meeting that day. At that moment, the operator called me and said that Qin Yaoguang had called from Hawaii. She also said that she had made a lot of calls in the past 3 days. This time, it seemed to be very important. I was very busy those few days. I said that she could leave a message for me, but she didn't. That morning, I had exactly 3 minutes, so I asked the operator to pick up the phone. Then what did she say? Gu Nianji became nervous. Her hands clenched into fists, and her body was a little tense as she sat up straight. Her back was slightly bent, like a bow waiting to be fired. He Qingjian didn't say it immediately. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and narrowed his eyes. He looked exactly like He Zhichu. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. General He, can you stop keeping me in suspense? He Qingjian looked at her for a while before saying, she first told me a few consolidation measures for gene therapy. Gu Nianji nodded. It's the same as what she said in court. She shouldn't be lying. What else? Then, she asked about you. Gu Nianji, the discomfort in her heart gradually increased. She asked about me. Does she really care about me? Gu Nianji couldn't help sneering. He Qingjian still looked at her intently and said, she asked me about your daily life. She asked if Susu still treated you as well as before, and if she was with you every day. I said, you're much better now. You don't need Susu to accompany you every day. However, Susu was still worried and wanted you to be homeschooled, so she hired 4 or 5 tutors for you. As long as she didn't go to work or appear in court, she was with you. Gu Nianji thought about it carefully and muttered, there's nothing unusual about that. Was she really overthinking things? He Qingjian continued, then, Qin Yaoguang asked, where's Nianji's doll? Does she still like it? Should we make a few more for her? Gu Nianji's body trembled. Doll? She gave me those dolls. Yes, they've always been your favorite toy. Ever since you came to our house, you've been holding that doll. Later, when the doll got old, Qin Yaoguang sent you a bunch of identical dolls of all sizes. You put them in your room. When you don't go to class, you play with them. They're usually in Susu's study. She's marked out a small children's playground for you. There are many toys there, and you play games with your dolls. Most children play house with their dolls, but you play court with your dolls. Gu Nianji, this is the second update of the day, Chapter 1885, premeditated with a plan. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. I heard that today is the last day of the character heart gesture event. Everyone, remember to like Nianji and Major General Hua. Thank you moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1897. Gu Nianji lowered her head. Her long eyelashes, which resembled crow wings, fluttered rapidly to hide the waves in her heart. To Gu Nianji, He Qingjian's description was like a happy family reunion between Qin Suan and her. She wished she could turn back time and return to the days when she was 8 years old and lived carefreely by Qin Suan's side. She wanted to enjoy the days of being doted on by her mother again. But she didn't have that much time. Qin Suan's family was still waiting for her to avenge them. Gu Nianji raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She asked angrily, was she so kind as to give me a doll? He Qingjian frowned. I didn't think there was a problem before. It wasn't until today, when I heard you talk about so many things in court, that I remembered that it didn't seem normal. It's definitely not normal. Gu Nianji composed herself and gradually calmed down. You know that she never loved me and didn't treat me as her biological daughter. Why would she suddenly care about my dolls? He Qingjian didn't say anything for a long time. After a while, he sighed softly. Later, I married her. After she married into my family, she threw away all your old dolls and made a new batch of them. She put them in the treasure house in your room. Gu Nianji thought of the dolls of all sizes she had seen in her old room at the He residence when she had first arrived in this world. They were dressed in all kinds of clothes, and their hair was long and short. The pinkish-purple dress was old, but the dolls were brand new. It was obvious that no one had played with them before. However, Gu Nianji had long forgotten what had happened before she was 12 years old, so even if these dolls were old, she had no impression of them at all. Why did she throw away all my dolls for no reason? It's fine if she threw them away, but she even replaced them with a new batch. She's really revealing her intentions. Gu Nianji muttered. Her long brows, which were as long as mountains, were tightly knitted together. She couldn't understand Qin Yaoguang's intentions. He Qingjian saw that Gu Nianji's thoughts were occupied by the doll. He hesitated for a moment and asked, then do you still want to hear what happened that day? Gu Nianji looked up in surprise. Of course. She paused and asked, what else? She thought that He Qingjian had finished speaking. He Qingjian stared at her and asked slowly. Do you really not remember anything at all? Didn't you say that you remembered everything? The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes twitched. She had once said in court that she had recalled some of the past, such as how Qin Yaoguang had sent the one gardener couple to kidnap her. Actually, that was all her inference. She didn't remember anything at all. Now that He Qingjian had caught a loophole, she admitted frankly, General He, I won't hide it from you. I actually don't remember anything. My memories before the age of 12 are still blank. He Qingjian looked at her with a complicated expression. After a while, he sighed and rubbed his forehead with his hand. His brows furrowed. He thought about it and finally decided to say it. He Qingjian closed his eyes and said to Gu Nianji. After I answered the phone, I didn't say much and hung up. Because I only have 3 minutes. Then, I left the study and went to the dining room to have breakfast with Susu. After breakfast, I'll go to the military headquarters for a meeting. I'll be gone for a few hours. Gu Nianji's eyes darted around when she heard this. How long did you and Susu eat breakfast together? Not long, just half an hour, He Qingjian said disapprovingly. There's too little time. I can't do anything about it. It wasn't that he didn't have time to talk to Qin Yaoguang, but he would rather use the time to have breakfast with his wife. Gu Nianji's impression of He Qingjian changed a little. He Qingjian still looked at Gu Nianji and said slowly. Gu Nianji's smile, which she couldn't retract in time, froze on her face, and her expression was almost twisted. Her hands trembled, and even her voice trembled. What did you say? I said. He Qingjian repeated what he had just said. I received a call from the orderly saying that something had happened at home. I interrupted the meeting and rushed back from the military headquarters. I met Ah Chu at the door. He also rushed back after hearing that something had happened at home. Susu's study has been strictly guarded. The doctor, police, and military police are on guard around our house. He Qingjian closed his eyes. His voice was hoarse, and he was already choking with sobs. However, he still forced himself to describe the scene at that time. Ah Chu and I walked into Susu's study and saw her lying not far from the door. Her face was bruised, and her eyes were about to pop out. Her expression was even a little ferocious. Her hands were on her neck, and her fingers were covered in blood. There were also bloody marks on her neck. It was as terrifying as if she had strangled herself to death. And you, holding your doll, squatting by the wall at the door, screaming hysterically. Ah Chu carried you out from the wall. You kicked and hit him as if you didn't know him. Ah Chu had no choice. He knocked you out and carried you back to his room personally. He asked my personal secretary to take care of you. Later, Ah Chu and I watched the surveillance video in the corridor. Only then did we find out that at the beginning, you were holding your doll and banging on the door in front of Susu's study while crying and screaming. Susu, open the door. Susu, open the door. Susu, come out. Susu, come out. He Qingjian's ears seemed to still echo with the young Gu Nianji's sorrowful cries. He supported his head with his hand, as if he could no longer bear the burden. Even his voice had aged a lot. The surveillance cameras in the corridor showed that the orderly heard your cries and ran upstairs to push the door of the study, but found that he couldn't push it open. He couldn't open it even with the spare key. In a panic, they broke the lock on the door with a gun before kicking the door open. He Qingjian lowered his head. You were still young at that time. When the door opened, you were the first to rush in. When you saw Susu's death, you couldn't stand the scene at all. When you saw it, you immediately screamed hysterically. You've returned to the situation when you first came to our house. You're like a frightened little beast, hugging your doll and hiding here and there. No matter who comes close to you, you'll punch and kick them. There's no way to communicate at all. At that time, I was so shocked by Susu's sudden death that I couldn't care about you at all. It was Ah Chu who comforted me while taking care of Susu's funeral. At the same time, he stayed up all night to take care of you. I was running around outside, forcing the police to solve the case within a time limit. However, the forensic examination showed that Susu died of a sudden congenital heart attack. I don't know what happened, but her heart suddenly moved violently, causing it to contract weakly and lack of blood supply. She gradually suffocated, so she scratched her throat desperately, wishing she could pierce her throat. And you fell back into isolation. Ah Chu moved home from school. Just like Susu did back then, he took care of you without sleeping or resting. Only then did you gradually recover. Later, the police psychiatrist looked for you several times, but you only knew that Susu wouldn't open the door for you. As for what happened after that, you don't remember anything at all. Every time the psychiatrist came to ask you, you would collapse for a long time. Ah Chu couldn't take it anymore. He refused to be questioned by the police psychiatrist again, and he told me not to involve you again. Considering that you were young at the time and had a previous record of mental illness, the police erased all information about you from the case according to the rules. The orderlies at home only knew that your father, Gu Xiangwen, had come to see Su. The two of them went to the study to have a secret discussion. Not long after Gu Xiangwen left, the orderlies heard your cries. When they went upstairs to take a look, they found that Su's study door had been locked from the inside. They couldn't open the door no matter how hard they tried, so they broke in. After they found out that something had happened, they quickly called Ah Chu and me. Gu Nianji's heart tightened when she heard this. She clutched her chest and said anxiously, "It can't be my father. It really can't be my father. General He, you have to believe me. I want to believe you. I used to believe that he wouldn't do such a thing." He Qingjian didn't say anything else. He could tell that Gu Xiangwen had a perverted crush on Qin Suwen. He didn't believe that Gu Xiangwen would really harm Qin Suwen. However, when they went to look for Gu Xiangwen to assist in the investigation, they found that he had already escaped. He had left in such an orderly manner and dealt with his matters cleanly. All the information in the laboratory that he and Qin Yaoguang had collaborated on had been destroyed. Even Qin Yaoguang's information about Gu Nianji had been destroyed. Our investigation shows that your father disappeared in a very premeditated manner. Tell me, at this time, he was the last person to see Su. If we didn't suspect him, who else could we suspect? Gu Nianji shook her head desperately. No. No way. My father. You don't have to say any more. He Qingjian raised his hand to stop her from continuing. Your father has already passed away anyway, so I won't pursue his fault anymore. But... He Qingjian's tone suddenly became murderous. If there's any evidence that Su's sudden death wasn't that simple, I definitely won't let off those who have their hands stretched too far. Gu Nianji took a deep breath. General He, can I go out now? I want some peace and quiet. Go ahead. He Qingjian rubbed his temples. I want some peace and quiet too. Gu Nianji pushed open He Qingjian's car door and got out. A gust of wind blew. It was a summer day, but she actually shivered. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and saw that she had come out, but her little face was deathly pale. He walked over silently, put his arm around her shoulder, and led her away from He Qingjian's bulletproof car. Gu Nianji snuggled into Hua Xiaoheng's warm embrace and felt her courage return to her body bit by bit. She took out her phone and rubbed it for a while. She recalled what He Qingjian had said just now, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She called He Zhichu. Young Master He. He Zhichu's voice was very soft. She didn't know what he was doing. He lowered his voice and replied, yes. Gu Nianji also whispered. I remember when you went there, you brought a doll that I played with when I was young. He Zhichu was stunned. Why did Gu Nianji suddenly mention this? He thought about it for a moment before nodding. Yes, but you don't remember anything. He Zhichu had flown into a rage over this. But at that time, Gu Nianji didn't understand why He Zhichu had lost his temper at all. She only felt that he was moody, like a lunatic. But now, Gu Nianji only wished that she was a lunatic. Is that doll really the one I played with when I was young? Yes, it's your first doll. You've had it with you since you were 6 years old. But then, you were taken away, and this doll is with me. It was placed at the head of his bed, and he could see it every day when he opened his eyes. Later, when he went to the other world, he also brought it with him to escape the fate of being purged. That's great. Gu Nianji's voice suddenly rose. He Zhichu, young Master He, is that doll still with you? I mean, did you bring it here? Gu Nianji's heart was pounding. She was afraid that Hijichu would say that he hadn't brought it here. That would really be a thought to heaven, a thought to hell. Fortunately, Hijichu was silent for a while before saying awkwardly, "I brought it here. What do you still need it for?" This was today's first update, Chapter 1886, A Thought to Heaven, A Thought to Hell. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes: there would be a second update at 8 p.m. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1898. Gu Nianji, who had almost held her breath and was about to die, came back to life. She let out a long sigh and asked nervously, "Where is that doll? Can you send it to me quickly?" Hijichu was standing in the open space in front of the Qin Private Hospital's hospital building in the imperial capital. The summer sun shone on him, and it was so hot that his skin was almost sunburned. Behind him was a team of plainclothes security personnel. They were searching the administrative office floor of the Qin Private Hospital building and constantly moving things out. At the same time, the headquarters of the Qin Private Hospital in Z City was being searched. Hijichu's face was expressionless. "Why do you want it? You haven't answered me yet. Your father just told me personally that Qin Yaoguang gave me this doll. On the morning of my mother's death, when Qin Yaoguang called your father, she specifically asked about my doll. I suspect there's something wrong with this doll." Hijichu had one hand in his trouser pocket and was talking to Gu Nianji through his Bluetooth headset. He said calmly, "What's the problem?" "I suspect that this doll has something to do with my mother's death," Gu Nianji said excitedly. She had finally found physical evidence. However, Hijichu shook his head and retorted, "Even if there's a problem, do you have time to test that doll now? Also, if there's a problem, why are you fine, I'm fine, and my father fine? The only one who's fine is my mother. Furthermore, everything that comes into our house has gone through many rigorous tests. Do you think anything can be sent in casually? If it were that easy, my mother would have been silently killed by the Qin family before she gave birth to me." Hijichu now completely believed that Qin Bei had ill intentions towards his mother's family. He had to kill them all. Gu Nianji was tongue-tied by Hijichu's question and couldn't find anything to refute him for a moment. She looked at her watch. Half of the 30 minutes had passed, and there were only 15 minutes left before the next court session. In a moment of desperation, Gu Nianji stomped her feet and said, "Don't talk about that nonsense. Anyway, that doll belongs to me. You have to return it to me." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and reached out his long arm to take the phone from Gu Nianji's hand. He said to Hijichu, "Young Master He, this is Peter. Bring the doll over first. It's best if you bring it over personally. Don't let anyone else touch the doll." Hijichu was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized that Peter was Hu Xiaoheng. "You're still pretending." But seeing how much Hu Xiaoheng valued the doll, Hijichu suppressed the discomfort in his heart and looked back at the progress of the search. He waved for his personal secretary. "Look after this place. I'm going back to court. If there's anything, call my orderly immediately." If he entered the courtroom, he would not be able to answer the phone outside. The orderly at the door can answer it. His personal secretary nodded and saluted. "Don't worry, Chief. I will watch them search for anything suspicious." Hijichu nodded and got into his car. He ordered the chauffeur to drive back to the He residence first and took out Gu Nianji's doll from his suitcase. This was the doll that Gu Nianji had been holding in her hands when she first arrived at their house. Later, Qin Yaoguang gave her many dolls of all sizes that looked exactly the same, but this doll had always been her favorite. Hijichu had studied child psychology in order to take care of Gu Nianji. He knew that insecure children would place their sense of security in familiar things around them. For example, a small quilt to sleep with at night, a furry toy, or even a pacifier. Gu Nianji's safety quilt should be this doll of hers, right? He Jichu had once thought that he could awaken Gu Nianji's memories with this doll. Now he didn't want to do that, but Gu Nianji was somehow interested in this doll again. Was it really related to her mother, Qin Suan's death? He Jichu looked at the doll from the beginning. He wrapped the doll in plastic wrap, then put it in a paper bag and carried it downstairs. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng saw that there was not much time left, so they returned to the courtroom entrance to wait for He Jichu. 10 minutes later, He Jichu arrived at the courtroom and pointed to a small conference room next to the courtroom. Let's go in and talk. He Jichu knew that this small room was originally a place for witnesses to stay before they appeared in court. It was very safe and secretive, and there were no surveillance cameras. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and leaned against the door like a door god, not allowing anyone to approach. In the small conference room, He Jichu handed the paper bag to Gu Nianji and said in confusion, "Are you sure this thing is related to the case?" While he was in the car, he had already watched the live broadcast of the trial he had missed. He could see Gu Nianji's predicament more clearly than anyone else. That was, Gu Nianji had no evidence. Not only did she have no witnesses, but she also had no physical evidence. All of her arguments were based on her logical reasoning. Now that Gu Nianji was so eager to ask for this doll, He Jichu realized what she wanted to do. "You want to use this doll as evidence. What are you trying to prove?" Gu Nianji didn't say anything. She lowered her head and took out the doll from the paper bag. Because the more she looked at it, the more it looked like Wen Shuyi. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and carefully looked at the doll that she had already forgotten about. The doll was indeed very old. The pink and purple misty princess dress had faded, and the edges of the dress were frayed. It showed that it had probably been rubbed by someone countless times. There was even a layer of abrasion on the doll's cheeks. After turning the doll over, the words Gu Nianji were written crookedly on the back of the doll's neck. It must have been written with some kind of ink used for tattoos. The ink traces were deep into the doll's skin. Although so many years had passed, the ink hadn't faded. Gu Nianji looked at the 3 words that looked like a crab crawling across the wall. The corners of her mouth twitched. It was indeed her handwriting. Many years ago, when she was young, she had solemnly written her name on her favorite doll stroke by stroke to indicate who it belonged to. It was indeed the childish things that a brainless little girl would do. "Why do I like this kind of doll?" Gu Nianji muttered to herself, "Is it that important?" Hu Xiaoheng leaned against the door. Seeing that there was no one around, he calmly said, "When I first met you, you had a photo by your side. In the photo, you were holding this doll. When you're emotionally unstable, our psychiatrist suggested that we give you something you're familiar with to calm your emotions. Therefore, we imitated the dolls according to the pictures. It really can calm you down." This was knowledge that was common in child psychology. Gu Nianji held the doll and turned it over and over. She was thinking about whether she should take it for a test, such as a virus or bacteria. However, she thought that He Jichu's words made sense. If this doll really had a virus or bacteria that could transmit diseases to death, then how could she, He Qingjian, and He Jichu be fine? And the He family's orderlies, secretaries, housekeepers, and gardeners were also fine. As far as she knew, even the most accurate genetic weapon could only target the genes of one race of people. It was impossible to target the genes of a specific person. Just as she was thinking about whether to confirm with Lu Jin, her phone rang. She picked it up and took a look. It happened to be a call from Lu Jin. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She gestured to He Jichu and Hu Xiaoheng. She walked to the window alone and swiped open her phone to answer the call. "Can I ask you a question?" Gu Nianji was very cautious when she was outside. She rarely called Lu Jin Dad directly because she was afraid that someone would hear her and make bad associations. He Jichu was here, so she couldn't give herself away. Lu Jin nodded. Go ahead. I want to ask, are there any viruses, bacteria, or genetic weapons that only work on one person? Lu Jin didn't expect Gu Nianji to ask this. He was stunned for a moment before saying, what do you think viruses, bacteria, and genetic weapons are? Bullets that can be aimed. No, at the moment, it's absolutely impossible. Is it really impossible? Gu Nianji asked in confusion. Didn't you say that if we tampered with the genes, that's tampering with the genes? That's not a genetic weapon. They're two different concepts. Lu Jin rubbed his temples with a headache. It's like one is a targeted poison, and the other is a gun that shoots indiscriminately. They're completely different. The most advanced virus weapons at the moment are actually genetic weapons, but they can only attack the genes of a specific race. Do you remember that I once told you that the genetic difference between humans and animals isn't as big as we think? The genetic difference between humans is even smaller. So if those genetic weapons aren't careful, they will become sharp weapons that destroy themselves. No one is that stupid. Gu Nianji, seeing that Gu Nianji had stopped talking, Lu Jin was silent for a while before asking, Nianji, are you really sure that Qin Yaoguang murdered Su Wen? Absolutely. Gu Nianji actually felt that not only was she being unreasonable, but she was also obsessed with it. Her current state was basically setting up her own argument, and then starting from the argument to find evidence. She was putting the cart before the horse. If a defense lawyer were to do this in a real court of law, he would easily be defeated by the other party. Because the argument found in this way might not be able to directly point to the only argument, and there were many loopholes. Only by having the argument first, and then reasoning from the argument to the only possible argument, would it be an unassailable court argument. She came back to her senses and said unwillingly, I actually have evidence. Do you still remember the doll I liked the most when I was young? Of course, I didn't like it at first, because that doll looked like Wen Shuyi of all people, and it looked like the girls from Qin Yaoguang's family. She pursed her lips and looked at the doll in her hand with some disdain. Why was her taste so bad when she was a brainless loli? She really wished she could stab her own eyes. Lu Jin's expression suddenly changed. Why did you say the doll was evidence? What did you find? Gu Nianji could immediately tell that something was wrong with Lu Jin's tone. Her eyes lit up. You also know that there's something wrong with that doll. No problem. Lu Jin suddenly became violent and shouted firmly, there's nothing wrong with that doll. Because I was the one who made that doll for you. But in the eyes of outsiders, Qin Yaoguang, the mother, had given it to Gu Nianji when she was still a baby. At that time, Lu Jin did not defend himself, nor did he want to defend himself. It was Qin Yaoguang who had given Gu Nianji a better one, so that when Gu Nianji grew up in the future, he wouldn't be able to explain why he had made such a doll. This is today's second chapter, chapter 1887, I made this doll with my own hands. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes moi, everyone, Little Angels PS, for the plot of this doll, you can go back and read the previous chapters. The details had been slightly modified a year ago. When He Jichu took out this doll when there were more than 400 chapters, didn't they feel that something was wrong? Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 1899. Gu Nianji was so shocked that her phone almost fell to the ground. She trembled as she held her phone with one hand and placed her other hand on the window lattice. She lowered her voice and said, Are you sure? Did you really do it? Could it have been switched? I don't even know what I made. Someone who can switch my bag hasn't been born in this world yet, Lu Jin said disdainfully. His mind was also nervously thinking about how to divert Gu Nianji's attention. Gu Nianji heard this familiar tone. Although she was extremely anxious and surprised, she couldn't help but laugh. She chuckled, and her feverish mind calmed down. She slowly turned around and sat on the windowsill. She smiled and said, even if the doll wasn't switched, who knows if there's something shameful on it that can't be seen with the naked eye. She was actually just saying it casually to shut Lu Jin up. Moreover, Qin Yaoguang was a despicable person who looked impressive on the surface but was actually a sinister person. What couldn't she do? This wasn't an injustice to her. Lu Jin's heart was in his throat when he heard this. He stammered, "Www, what shameful thing can't be seen with the naked eye? Don't talk nonsense." Gu Nianji knew Lu Jin too well. She immediately understood when she heard that something was wrong with his tone. Okay. There really is something shameful. I was wondering why this B*TCH would be so kind to care about me. You're also an experimenter. Have you ever prepared toys for your lab rats? Have you ever cared if your lab rats were depressed? Gu Nianji snorted. If she didn't have a guilty conscience, why would she care about my dolls? Also, why did she throw away all my old dolls and replace them with new ones? Lu Jin relaxed when he heard this. He smiled and said, they're old things anyway. It's not a big deal to throw them away. However, he also realized that Gu Nianji was obsessed with Qin Yaoguang and had to bring her down. If he didn't let her get what she wanted, he didn't know what she would pull out. Lu Jin's expression was a little uncertain. In the end, it all turned into a long sigh. He sat in Lu Yuan's car and finally said, actually, Qin Yaoguang is very jealous of Su Wen. She has been thinking about He Qingjian for a long time. Gu Nianji, why did it sound like gossip? Gu Nianji quickly looked at her watch and said, I still have 5 minutes, hurry up and tell me. After saying that, I'll go to court and skin Qin Yaoguang. She had wanted to skin Qin Yaoguang for a long time, but she was helpless. Ever since Qin Suwen married He Qingjian, Qin Bei's family had been living with their tails between their legs. Not only did they keep a low profile in the business world, but they were also not arrogant and domineering. She didn't know whether to say He Qingjian or Qin Bei was better. In short, they did not dare to provoke the He family. The previous kidnapping case had only been superficial, but in the infrasonic weapon case, Qin Yaoguang had been pushed out as a scapegoat. But in the blink of an eye, Qin Bei contacted Lorraine from America and gave them a show of strength. Look, for the sake of that slut, Qin Yaoguang, she was actually going to bury the entire trade of Huaxia. Gu Nianji spat angrily. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at her. Gu Nianji shrunk her neck guiltily and quickly said to Lu Jin on the other side of the phone, tell me quickly. He Zhichu walked up to Hua Xiaoheng and played with a cigarette in his hand. He said lightly, Major General Hua, you're not going to pretend anymore. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. Didn't young master He already recognize me? How did I pretend? Ever since He Zhichu shouted that sentence behind his back that day, he knew that he had already recognized him. Now that he knew that He Zhichu and Gu Nianji were half-siblings, Hua Xiaoheng had even less scruples. Besides, they needed He Zhichu's help. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng had actually admitted it, He Zhichu stared at him for a while and tapped his fingers twice. You win. On the other side, Gu Nianji let out an uncontrollable scream. He Zhichu and Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at the same time and said in unison, what's wrong? Gu Nianji had already jumped down from the windowsill and said excitedly, she really did that. When did she do that? Is there any evidence? If there really was evidence, she would nail Qin Yaoguang to death this time. Lu Jin knew that if he didn't show something, Gu Nianji wouldn't let the matter rest. In order to bring Qin Yaoguang to justice as soon as possible so that Gu Nianji wouldn't continue to dig deeper, Lu Jin sent her a copy of the experimental data he had kept for many years and said, the aborted embryos are all kept in her secret laboratory. Wait for me to check again. After I'm sure there's nothing related to you, you can throw out that secret laboratory. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She quickly nodded and said, "Okay, okay. Hurry up and check. I'm going to court soon." She put away her phone. Her face was flushed with success, and her smile was as bright as the summer sun. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and found it difficult to look away from her face. He asked calmly, "What's wrong? What did you find out?" "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. I can only tell you when I go to court." Gu Nianji's smile was even more charming. She was indeed very beautiful, but she wasn't a stunning beauty. However, she had an indescribable charm that made people unable to forget her the moment they saw her. He Zhichu was burned by the smile on Gu Nianji's face that was as bright as the summer sun. He silently turned his head and followed Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng into the courtroom. In the afternoon session, there were even more people who came to the courtroom than in the morning. There were also twice as many media outlets with cameras and live broadcast equipment than in the morning. At this moment, the trial here could be said to be sweeping the viewership rankings of all the television stations in the world. Seeing this lineup, Gu Nianji didn't have stage fright at all. Instead, she was like those crazy actors. The more people there were, the more excited she became, and the more outstanding her performance was. She was born to be in court. The prosecutor, who had been feeling uneasy, couldn't help smiling when he saw Gu Nianji's glowing face. He said, "Looks like I don't need to comfort Lawyer Gu anymore. It's obvious that Lawyer Gu has victory in her hands." Of course. Gu Nianji reached out her hand and high-fived the prosecutor in the air. "We will definitely win. Justice will prevail." The corners of Lu Onping's mouth twitched as he sat in the defendant's stand. He deeply felt that even if he won this lawsuit, in everyone's hearts, he would still have an unfair advantage. It was like bullying a child. But if he lost, he would have used his decades of reputation to become a stepping stone for this young and beautiful Lawyer Gu. Lu Onping looked at Gu Nianji quietly, not letting go of her every move. Gu Nianji sat down elegantly and waited for the judge to strike the gavel. The judge saw that there were too many people in the courtroom, and there was still a steady stream of people coming in to listen. He finally struck the gavel and said, "The number of people in the courtroom has reached the limit. Close the door." After closing the door, the people outside could only watch the live broadcast of the trial on the big screen outside. They couldn't watch the scene. He Qingjian, He Zhichu, and Xie Qingying were still sitting in their previous seats. Xie Qingying saw that He Zhichu had returned and quickly said, "Are you done with your work?" He Zhichu grunted and turned to He Qingjian beside him. He said softly, "Dad, I've already sent people to seal off the area." He Qingjian's expression didn't change. He only nodded. Their gazes fell on Gu Nianji's back in front of them. She was wearing a very mature black professional suit and had her hair coiled up. From behind, one could see her delicate, slender, fair, and tender neck and her graceful figure. He Qingjian's eyes narrowed again. This back view was really too familiar. Why hadn't he noticed it before? His vision was a little blurry, as if he had seen the back that he had mistaken for decades ago. Qin Suan, Qin Yaoguang, and Gu Nianji. Their backs were really similar, however, Qin Yaoguang's appearance had been through plastic surgery. How could she look so similar to Gu Nianji when she grew up? He Qingjian's emotions were churning. He was like a cat eager to try by the brazier. He always wanted to reach out his claws to fiddle with the fire, but he didn't dare to because he knew that if he reached out, he would be burned by the fire. In the courtroom, the presiding judge had already begun to ask Gu Nianji, "May I ask if the prosecution has any new evidence or witnesses?" Gu Nianji stood up calmly. Her eyes were bright, and she said in a clear voice, "Your Honor, we do have new evidence." "You really have evidence? What evidence is it? What kind of evidence? Could it be that there's really something wrong with Dean Qin?" The people inside and outside the courtroom began to whisper to each other again. Those who had rushed over to see this scene were even happier. At least their hard work hadn't been in vain. They had to watch the show, right? Gu Nianji knew very well what these bystanders were thinking. She didn't blame them. It was because of these bystanders that she was able to broadcast the truth in the shortest possible time. She gestured to the technician in the courtroom again and asked him to dim the lights in the courtroom. She connected her laptop and opened the information Lu Jin had just sent her to everyone. It was a handwritten experiment record. It could be seen that it had been a long time, and the paper was a little yellowed. However, the handwriting on the experiment record was very straight and rigid, and the handwriting was strong. It didn't look like a woman's handwriting at all. Before Gu Nianji could say anything, the expressions of everyone who was familiar with Qin Yaoguang's handwriting changed. Could this experiment record have been personally written by Qin Yaoguang? Gu Nianji took a good look at the expressions of the people on Qin Beoi's side before she said with a smile, "This is the evidence I just obtained. I have to say, Heaven's Net has a long way to go." This time, the trial was broadcasted live all over the world. Many insiders have come forward to provide us with evidence to help lawyer Qin Suwen seek justice. Gu Nianji picked up the laser pointer and circled the experiment record on the white projection screen. She said loudly, "These experiment records were written by Qin Yaoguang herself more than 20 years ago. What kind of experiment records are these? I think everyone who has done embryo experiments knows about them, and even those who have given birth to children know about them. These are the records of artificial insemination and pregnancy. In 2 years, Qin Yaoguang secretly did 28 artificial insemination experiments with a surrogate mother behind everyone's backs, but none of them succeeded in giving birth. The maternal provider of these failed artificial insemination experiments was Qin Yaoguang herself, and the paternal provider was General He Qingjian. Now everyone can see how crazy this woman is. How perversely infatuated with Qin Suwen's husband, General He Qingjian. 20 to 30 years ago, not long after Qin Suwen gave birth to her only son, she used the excuse of treating Qin Suwen's only son's illness as an excuse to collect his parents' reproductive cells, claiming that she wanted to study gene therapy. But in reality, she used public office for personal gain and secretly satisfied her own selfish desires. Even in her dreams, she wanted to give birth to a child for General He Qingjian. Therefore, she didn't hesitate to try the law herself. In the name of doing experiments, she stole other people's reproductive cells and combined them with her own reproductive cells in an attempt to get pregnant and have children. As Gu Nianji spoke, she walked up to Qin Yaoguang, whose face was ashen. She said meaningfully, "Unfortunately, he doesn't love you, so even his genes reject you." This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1888. He doesn't love you. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes: there will be a second update at 8 p.m. P.S. I was wondering if you guys thought something was wrong when He Zhichu took out that doll at the 400th chapter. In the end, you guys were thinking too much oh. Actually, it was contradictory to the original beginning. At that time, the details about the doll at the beginning were changed. It didn't affect the main plot. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1900. Qin Yaoguang stared at the experiment records on the white projection screen. For a moment, she didn't hear what Gu Nianji was saying. Of course, she might have heard it, but her subconscious still refused to believe it. There was only one sentence echoing in her mind: "Oh no, how did they find out about this thing?" She said subconsciously. "What did you say?" "You didn't hear me." "Then I'll say it again. Because he doesn't love you, even his genes reject you." The smile on Gu Nianji's lips became even more exquisite, and in Qin Yaoguang's eyes, it became even more piercing. To Qin Yaoguang, these words were no less than a nuclear bomb or a strong acid solution. It melted her entire body from head to toe, not even leaving any bones behind. She thought of the experiments she had secretly done over the years. The frustration, pain, and unspeakable jealousy were all eating away at her heart like a deadly poison. Of course she was unwilling, but she still had to help that be*tch treat her son. Why? She, Qin Yaoguang, was extremely intelligent, beautiful, and had an outstanding family background. How could she lose to an orphan girl who had nothing? She stood up abruptly and blurted out the words she had been hiding in her heart for more than 30 years. You make it sound like his genes don't reject her. Otherwise, how could he have given birth to a sick son? And it's a genetic defect. Do you know what a genetic defect is? Qin Yaoguang's expression was ferocious. Her hands tightly gripped the edge of the table in the dock. She wished she could scratch the wood as if it were Gu Nianji's face. What good thing are you? One must know one's own limitations. You are his medicine. I used you to cure her son's illness. She owes me. She owes me something she won't be able to repay in 2 lifetimes. Gu Nianji shrugged disapprovingly. She pointed at Qin Yaoguang's curvy lips and mocked, You cured Qin Suan's son's illness. Qin Yaoguang, have some shame. You've stolen everything from others in your life. Do you still have anything of your own? Your lips only collapsed a few days ago, and now they're back together again. You're really something. You can even do plastic surgery in the detention center. Lu Omping hurriedly stood up and said, This is just a small surgery to fill the lips with hyaluronic acid. It's not a real cosmetic surgery. My client was abused in the detention center, and his lips were liposuction collapsed. Gu Nianji was in for a penny. She played the reconstruction of Qin Yao's bald skull and the photo of her after plastic surgery again. She pointed at the 2 contrasting photos and said loudly, Defense lawyer, please stop quibbling. Everyone, please take a look. Qin Yaoguang's appearance was originally plastic surgery. She doesn't look like that at all. These 2 pictures had been shown in court before, but the trial was not open at that time, and the court records were not allowed to be recorded, so not many people had seen them. But this time, the trial was broadcasted live to the whole world. These 2 contrasting photos immediately blew up on the internet all over the world. TSK. I can't see it before the plastic surgery. Actually, she wasn't ugly before the plastic surgery, but there's no harm without comparison. Her appearance after the plastic surgery was too beautiful, so it made her ugly before the plastic surgery. Qin Yaoguang's family runs a hospital, so she can do whatever she wants. Add your ID number. Look at her, she can have plastic surgery if she wants. Even if she's locked up in the detention center, she can still have plastic surgery. If she wants artificial insemination, she can have artificial insemination. There's no limit to how many times she can have it. Do you want to have children with someone you like? Come to the Qin Corporation's private hospital. As long as the other party masturbates, you can have as many children as you want. Shipping included, dear. Amidst the aggressive online public opinion denouncing Qin Yaoguang, a post had just been posted when it was covered by a sea of posts on the internet. The post said, Don't you think it's strange? If Qin Yaoguang had plastic surgery, how could she look so much like her biological daughter? The post didn't cause any waves at all, and it instantly sank to the bottom. Lu Omping saw that Qin Yaoguang was about to break down, so she immediately stood up and said, Your Honor, my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang, is a little emotional. I apply for an adjournment and a retrial next time. Qin Yaoguang was still clinging to the table in the dock and shouting. No. He loves me. He married me in the end. I was successfully pregnant before. You're lying. He did marry you, but he didn't sleep with you. You were pregnant, but it was artificial insemination. In the end, you still didn't give birth. You had a miscarriage a few months later. Gu Nianji continued to provoke Qin Yaoguang. She knew that her feelings for He Qingjian were Qin Yaoguang's weakness and reverse scale. Only by making her feel bone-piercing pain would she truly break through her psychological defense and make her speak without thinking. Qin Yaoguang cried bitterly and glared at Gu Nianji. She deserves to die. She's an orphan girl with nothing. What right does she have to fight with me? She should have died a long time ago. Then you admit that you killed lawyer Qin Suwen. Just because you have a deep-seated hatred for her for decades. Gu Nianji immediately asked, her expression cold. Objection. The prosecution's lawyer is using seductive words to try to get a confession against my client. Lu Onping strode over and placed her hand on Qin Yaoguang's shoulder. Qin Yaoguang's entire body trembled, and her pupils suddenly constricted. She came back to her senses and quickly said, I didn't kill her. She died so quickly, who could have had time? You still want to quibble? You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Gu Nianji strode back to her plaintiff stand and took out the paper bag He Zhichu had given her. She took out the doll wrapped in plastic wrap and quickly walked back. Standing in front of Qin Yaoguang's dock, Gu Nianji held up the somewhat old doll and said coldly, Qin Yaoguang, do you still recognize this doll? Don't you know what you've done to this doll? Qin Yaoguang's eyes suddenly widened, and her eyeballs almost popped out of her sockets. The black pupils in the middle looked so small, and one could only see that they were surrounded by large patches of white. She stared so hard that she couldn't see the sky or the ground. She fell back into her seat, and only one voice echoed in her mind. It's over. Why is this thing still here? Where did she find it? Staring carefully at the doll in Gu Nianji's hand, Qin Yaoguang became more and more dizzy and almost couldn't support herself. It was really that doll, the doll she had been looking for a long time. Gu Nianji had purposely taken out the doll to test the waters. She was sure that there was something wrong with this doll, but she couldn't figure out what the problem was. Coupled with Lu Jin's involvement, saying that he had made this doll himself, the situation became even more confusing. Therefore, she had taken it out unexpectedly to see Qin Yaoguang's reaction. This way, she would have more information to refer to. Now that she saw Qin Yaoguang's mournful expression, Gu Nianji was confident. If there was nothing wrong with this doll, she could cut off its head and kick it like a ball. Are you afraid? Gu Nianji held up the doll and turned to face the public gallery of the court, as well as the cameras and live broadcast equipment. Everyone, please take a look at this doll. She wore a pink and purple misty princess dress, thick bangs, slender eyes, a face like a silver plate, and a voluptuous figure. She looked like a little girl who had walked out of an ancient painting. It wasn't a common Western-style doll, but a doll with the characteristics of the ancient empire. An expert could tell at a glance that these dolls weren't bought on the market, but were exclusively custom-made. This is a doll I played with when I was young. Qin Yaoguang gave it to me. She used this doll as a medium to murder lawyer Qin Suwen. Gu Nianji came to a conclusion. Lu Onping was so angry that she laughed. Ridiculous. Lawyer Gu, you have to be more reliable when you speak. Just based on this old doll that you found from who knows where, you said it was a murder weapon. If this can be used as evidence, then what's the point of a lawsuit? Wouldn't it be more convenient to sentence my client to death? Gu Nianji pursed her lips and was about to retort when she suddenly felt someone send her a message on her phone. She picked it up and saw that it was He Qingjian and Lu Jin who had sent her messages at the same time. He Qingjian's message was, I had someone find a recording of Qin Yaoguang's phone call to me 12 years ago in the morning. It proves what Qin Yaoguang said to me that morning. Lu Jin's message was, I sent you a surveillance video of Qin Yaoguang's secret laboratory. It was the day Qin Yaoguang left for an international conference in Hawaii. There are also related virus models. Qin Yaoguang's secret laboratory has been checked. There's no information about you. It can be provided to the court as physical evidence. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was evidence of Qin Yaoguang's murder. Gu Nianji smiled and said loudly, "I have evidence and witnesses." As she spoke, she connected her phone to the computer and played the evidence that the two of them had sent her. The first to play was the contents of Qin Yaoguang's phone call to He Qingjian on the morning of Qin Suan's sudden death. When the recording of the phone call played, Qin Yaoguang said, "Where's Nianji's doll? Does she still like it? Do you want me to make a few more for her?" The court was in an uproar. The judge said solemnly, "This recording will be tested by the court. Counsel for the prosecution, please hand over the new evidence to the court." He Qingjian stood up and said, "I can prove that this recording is true. She called me." Qin Yaoguang's expression was extremely distorted, as if earthworms were scuttling under her skin. She hadn't expected He Qingjian to publicly stand up and slap her in the face. Did he really not care about the feeling she had for him for so many years? Qin Yaoguang had always thought that she had a certain place in He Qingjian's heart, until she heard Gu Nianji say, "He doesn't love you, so even his genes reject you." She leaned back in her seat dejectedly, no longer interested in living. Gu Nianji didn't let her go. She continued, "I also have another piece of evidence. It's what Qin Yaoguang and her assistant did in her secret laboratory 12 years ago. Everyone, look carefully at the time of the video. It was the fourth day before Qin Suan died, which was the morning Qin Yaoguang left for an international conference in Hawaii." "What a good alibi," she said mockingly. She casually clicked on the player. After a series of hissing noises, a bird's eye view of the laboratory appeared. The laboratory's furnishings were very simple and exquisite. It had a postmodern style of low-key luxury. The laboratory utensils were all silver white and flashed with a dull silver light. Qin Yaoguang was wearing a white coat and sitting in front of the lab bench. She was looking up and talking to the assistant standing in front of her. From the angle of the surveillance camera, this angle just happened to highlight her face. It was undoubtedly Qin Yaoguang herself. The virus sample on the doll can be upgraded. These experimental data show that the original virus is no longer effective against Gu Nianji. Her voice was cold and low, very different from her usual high-pitched voice. The assistant was a little hesitant and said, "Dean Qin, the virus is indiscriminate. Aren't you afraid that General He will also be infected?" "It doesn't matter. I'm the He family's family doctor. General He and his son have already been vaccinated against the virus. They won't be infected. The only one who will be infected is Gu Nianji." "And Qin Suan," his assistant reminded him. "Qin Suan isn't a person in my eyes. It's her bad luck that she's infected with the virus. What does it have to do with me?" Qin Yaoguang said lightly, "What I care about is the virus's ability to destroy Gu Nianji's genes and whether Gu Nianji's resistance can be upgraded." Gu Nianji had never expected that the video Lu Jin sent would have something to do with her. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1889, Murder Hammer. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1901. Didn't they say that there was no information about her? The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched imperceptibly. She knew that Lu Jin was unreliable. What should she do? Should she continue playing it or pause it immediately? She felt that if she continued to play it, her special constitution and even her genetic problems would be exposed. Although her existence was not a secret to those people. From the moment she was born, those people knew that she was one of the targets of Qin Yaoguang's perfect gene experiment. However, because Lu Jin had done something in the middle, those people did not know that her genes were already perfect genes. But if she paused it immediately, she would lose a great opportunity to bring down Qin Yaoguang. It might even be her last chance. Gu Nianji had thought so much about it, but it only took a moment. Her finger did not press the pause button. Instead, she calmly continued to watch. When the audience inside and outside the courtroom saw this scene, they all cried out in surprise. The way they looked at Gu Nianji was especially strange. Gu Nianji raised her head and straightened her back. She had an unyielding aura. The video did not stop. It continued to play. Qin Yaoguang's assistant stood still. After a moment of silence, the assistant said hesitantly, "Dean Qin, are we really going to continue this experiment?" "Why not?" Qin Yaoguang glared at him. "We've been experimenting for 6 years, and you're telling me to stop today." "But we haven't achieved much in the past 6 years," the assistant said as he casually pressed a button on the experiment table in front of Qin Yaoguang. An LED screen appeared on the entire wall opposite them. Then, images appeared one by one. The assistant pointed at the images and said calmly, "Dean Qin, look, this is the experiment we did on Gu Nianji. For 4 years from the age of 2 to 6, we brought her to this secret laboratory. We did physical experiments, toxicological experiments, and pathological experiments on her. We were just short of slicing her up to study her. What was the result? We didn't find anything unusual. Other than helping young master he treat his genetic defect, her genes are of no help to other diseases or other people." As the video zoomed in, the people inside and outside the courtroom also saw the video played on the surveillance video. They only saw a 2-year-old toddler being whipped, kicked, and thrown from a high place. There was only a thin layer of cushion beneath her to prevent her from falling to her death. Blood flowed out of the baby's nose and flowed all over her body. She fell to the ground, her small limbs twitching. She seemed to be crying, but there was no sound in the experimental video that Qin Yaoguang and the others were watching, so they couldn't hear it. However, the heart-wrenching screams that they couldn't hear were even more painful. Then, as the scene fast-forwarded, the child grew bigger and bigger. She was fixed on the experiment table. Qin Yaoguang personally held a thick needle and stabbed it into her arm. She was locked in a sealed room and tied to a pillar. Qin Yaoguang personally pressed the button, and the room began to fill with fog. The surveillance camera captured the button beside Qin Yaoguang's hand. On it was written, "Chemistry experiment, stop. You evil woman. Qin Yaoguang, you beast. How could you do this to your own daughter? Bastard. She's worse than an animal." When the following scenes came out, the onlookers inside and outside the courtroom couldn't take it anymore. Everyone felt that their conscience had been seriously challenged and couldn't take it anymore. They wanted nothing more than to rush to the courtroom and drag Qin Yaoguang down and beat her to death. On social media and online forums outside the courtroom, everyone watching the live broadcast of the trial, whether it was in Huaxia or abroad, was stunned. Someone was actually using a living person as a human experiment. In times of war, this kind of thing wasn't unfamiliar, and everyone might be numb to it. However, this was an era of peace. An era of peace that everyone had sacrificed countless lives for was not for people like Qin Yaoguang to continue trampling on. Some people were the first to come back to their senses and began to attack the United States' White Paper on Human Rights online. "Everyone, look, this is the Qin Yaoguang that the Americans are willing to fight a trade war with the Huaxia Empire to protect. This is what Miss Qin Yaoguang, the great scientist who was persecuted by the Americans, did. I just want to say, such a great scientist, please continue to persecute her. Don't let her go. Please continue to persecute her, don't let her go." Received the most likes and was forwarded by countless people. It was forwarded from China to abroad, from the Northern Hemisphere to the Southern Hemisphere. The United States Congress also watched the live broadcast of the trial. When they saw these images, the members of Congress were also stunned. Although the Huaxia Empire hadn't announced the verdict yet, they had already organized a vote and quickly won an overwhelming victory. They repealed the white paper on human rights in Huaxia that they had previously passed. They also immediately announced that they would stop the trade war with the Huaxia Empire and asked the Huaxia Empire to severely punish Qin Yaoguang, the culprit who used young children as live experiments. In the courtroom, the judge had no choice but to call in more bailiffs to maintain order in case the angry people rushed up and beat Qin Yaoguang to death on the spot. However, the more bailiffs came in, the more chaotic the order became. This was because these bailiffs didn't help to hold back the angry people. Instead, they joined the ranks of the people who beat Qin Yaoguang up. In the end, He Qingjian stood up and said loudly, "Everyone back off. This is a court. Everyone control yourselves. Otherwise, I'll have to call in the army to maintain order." Then, he looked at the angry crowd and said calmly, "It won't be too late to fight after the trial is over." Of course, he wouldn't let Qin Yaoguang off, nor would he let Qin Bei off. He wouldn't let anyone from the Qin family off. But before that, he had to let Qin Yaoguang get the trial she deserved. Because he believed that this was also Qin Suwen's wish, and it was what she was most willing to do. Gu Nianji stood on the plaintiff's stand and watched the scenes on the white projection screen. Her mind was blank as she watched Qin Yaoguang use her young self as an experiment. That was a memory she had already forgotten. She really couldn't remember it at all. At this moment, she thought that she understood why she had forgotten these memories forever. She rubbed her forehead. Finally, she waited for the scene to end. She turned around and gestured to everyone. She took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, sit down first. We have to give Qin Yaoguang a fair trial." After all, it was a global live broadcast of the trial. The scene of the people in the gallery rushing up to beat Qin Yaoguang hadn't been cut off. The whole world had seen it, and most people liked it. Although there were also some contrarians who liked to be unconventional and took the opportunity to express their different opinions, they were quickly taught a lesson by ordinary netizens who were so angry that they had nowhere to vent their anger. Gu Nianji raised her hand, and the courtroom fell silent again. Qin Yaoguang's face was bruised and swollen, but she didn't make a sound. The pain in her heart was even more painful than the pain in her body. She firmly believed that He Qingjian had feelings for her, and that he was the only pillar of support in her life for so many years. Now that this pillar had collapsed, her secret world that she couldn't see had been dug out. Not only had it been dug out, but it had also been revealed to the world in such a manner. She was at a loss and couldn't even think of resisting. She just wanted to find a hole to hide in and never crawl out to be seen again. Lu Onping glared at her with a livid face and didn't plan to say anything else. Before he could figure out whether the video was real or fake, even Lu Onping couldn't accept what he had just seen on the white projection screen. Everyone's eyes once again turned to the white projection screen on the wall of the courtroom. In the surveillance video that Gu Nianji played, Qin Yaoguang's assistant had just turned off the recording of the experiment. She wiped the sweat off her forehead and said in a low voice, "She's gone to the He family for the past 2 years. The He family's security is tight, and lawyer Qin Suen has taken care of her by her side. Other experiments can't be done." But the virus experiments have never been interrupted. Our virus is a new type of virus. The He family's quarantine equipment can't detect it, and it's a contagious virus. As long as the dosage is strictly controlled, she can be infected without showing any signs of serious illness. But after so many years, her resistance hasn't evolved, and her genes have been infected. There's nothing special about her at all. Dean Qin, I don't understand. Why do you insist on using Gu Nianji as an experiment? In the surveillance video, Qin Yaoguang became furious and shouted, "She's my daughter. I can do whatever I want to her. No one can stop me." The assistant quickly patted Qin Yaoguang on the shoulder. "Dean Qin, don't be impulsive. I've always thought that the previous virus didn't work on her because she had been infected many times, so she automatically developed antibodies like a normal person. This is the human body's own immune system at work. It has nothing to do with her genes. From an experimental point of view, it has already failed. It's precisely because it failed that we need to upgrade it and increase the dosage. In the surveillance video, Qin Yaguang sneered. The assistant became even more excited. You still want to upgrade the virus now? Increase the dosage. If the change is too big and Qin Suan gets sick and General He finds out, then you'll have to wait for General He's wrath. This sentence seemed to have touched Qin Yaguang. She sighed and muttered to herself. Okay, maybe I thought too highly of him. The assistant asked curiously. Who? Is it Gu Xiangwen? Qin Yaguang rolled her eyes at him. Of course it's him. He was the one who edited Gu Nianji's genes. I thought Gu Nianji's genes would be different. Could it be that Gu Nianji's genes haven't made a breakthrough and are still a failure? Dean Qin, it's not shameful to admit defeat. We do scientific experiments, and we grow through countless failures. Dean Qin, let's give up on this experiment. Or should we experiment from another angle? Find someone else to do the gene editing? The assistant wisely made a reasonable suggestion. At this moment, a strange smile appeared on Qin Yaguang's face in the surveillance video. No, let's do one last experiment. One last time, increase the dosage. If we can knock out one, it's one, the assistant was very puzzled. But if we do this, Gu Nianji might get sick. Lawyer Qin Suan, who has the closest contact with her, might also get sick. Nonsense. I didn't do anything to Qin Suan. I experimented on my own daughter. She got the virus from her. What does that have to do with me? Even if I go to court, I'm not guilty. Qin Yaguang rolled her eyes. Go out. I need to do some preparatory work myself. The assistant pushed the door open and left. In the video, Qin Yaguang sat there without moving. Just when Gu Nianji thought the video was about to end, in the video, Qin Yaguang suddenly walked to the wall, opened a safe, and took out a silver white tray. She removed the white gauze covering the tray, revealing a few small crystal bottles and a well-packaged disposable syringe. Then the scene changed. Qin Yaguang was injecting herself with the drug. After the injection, she walked to her instrument and sat down. She connected herself to all kinds of wires and began to record the data. On the screen, the data on the instrument was displayed at a rapid speed. It was like a flashing lantern, dazzling the eyes. Qin Yaguang raised her head and faced the direction of the surveillance camera. The smile on her face was not only strange, but also smug. Her bright red lips curled up. She looked at her data and couldn't help laughing out loud. None of you know that I have perfect genes. Everything about me is perfect. The surveillance video stopped abruptly here. Gu Nianji's heart thumped violently. Only then did she understand Lu Jin's intentions. Gu Nianji suddenly stood up and walked quickly to Qin Yaguang's dock. She said loudly, "So you've already modified your genes. No wonder you haven't aged. Tell me, you tried to kidnap me 8 years ago. Did you want to continue using me as an experiment to perfect your genetic map?" Qin Yaguang stared at the abrupt stop and felt that she couldn't defend herself. Of course, she didn't have perfect genes. She had just been bragging for a moment. She quickly realized that she was wrong, because her genetic data didn't improve, and it worsened. But that despicable video didn't tell her what happened next at all. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1890, Perfect Shedding. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes: there will be a second update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1902. Gu Nianji saw Qin Yaoguang's lips move. Of course, she knew she would complain. She knew very well whether Qin Yaoguang had perfect genes or not. This person was just habitually arrogant and conceited. Gu Nianji wouldn't give her a chance to speak. She continued, "You used so many people as experiments to perfect your genes. Because you knew the law wouldn't allow it, you secretly built a laboratory. If I'm not mistaken, this laboratory was built during the 4 years your partner, Gu Xiangwen, left, right? You used a new virus that you synthesized yourself, so the He family couldn't find out. But how did you get the virus on my doll?" Gu Nianji thought about it. Such an important matter requires a very professional method. If you're not careful, you'll be exposed, so you did it yourself. That was the only way the He family wouldn't suspect her. After all, who would suspect a biological mother when she tidied up her daughter's doll? Besides, she was He Jichu's savior. At that time, Qin Suwen and He Qingjian couldn't wait to be grateful to her. Why would they suspect her? That's amazing, Qin Yaoguang. That's amazing. Gu Nianji applauded her. You transmitted the virus to me through my doll, and then through me, you transmitted the virus to lawyer Qin Suwen. What a perfect murder. Qin Yaoguang's entire body trembled violently. Her teeth chattered as she stammered, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense, you didn't. Are you denying that this video is fake? Gu Nianji wrote the address of the secret laboratory on a piece of paper and handed it to the judge. She said, Your Honor, I request the court to send someone to search this secret laboratory. We'll definitely be able to find more evidence. Qin Yaoguang covered her mouth as if she had lost her parents. She couldn't even say a complete sentence. Gu Nianji wouldn't let her go. She continued. And that assistant of yours in the video, if I'm not mistaken, was one of the 36 researchers who died in a car accident a few days ago, right? Qin Yaoguang, you're so vicious that you have no blind spots. This person should be your confidant. He worked so hard to help you with the inhuman experiments for 6 years. Not only did you not reward him, you even turned around and killed him and all of them when there was a chance that the truth would be exposed. TSK, no wonder you're so cruel to your own daughter. Hearing this, Qin Yaoguang suddenly raised her head, and a trace of clarity appeared in her extremely chaotic mind. She wondered how Gu Nianji still didn't know she wasn't her biological daughter. That was great. She would never reveal this secret, not for the rest of her life. So what if they looked different? As long as she did not dare to do a paternity test, she would have to acknowledge her as her biological mother. Thinking of the paternity test, Qin Yaoguang's eyes lit up, and she suddenly said loudly, She's the one with perfect genes. Not me. It's her. Gu Nianji scoffed. Qin Yaoguang, what's wrong? Do you still want to lock me up for your inhumane genetic experiments? She suddenly leaned out and grabbed Qin Yaoguang's hair. She aimed her face at the white projection screen opposite her and pointed at the still image on it. Take a good look. You personally admitted that you were the one with perfect genes. Do you think we're all blind and stupid? Don't you think it's too late to regret it and blame it on someone else? Indeed, when everyone had seen the secret laboratory and the surveillance video with their own eyes, no one believed Qin Yaoguang's words. On the contrary, because of Qin Yaoguang's repeated denials, everyone believed that she was the one with perfect genes. The reason was very simple. She didn't dare to admit it. Once she did, she would be the one to be the lab rat for the rest of her life, right? At a time like this, she still wanted her daughter to take the blame. This woman was really crazy and hopeless. Gu Nianji ignored her and turned to face the judge. Your Honor. Now that the witness and material evidence are conclusive, Qin Suwen was indeed infected by Qin Yaoguang with a virus, causing her congenital heart disease and causing her sudden death. I request the court to convict her severely and give Qin Suwen justice. The presiding judge knocked the gavel and said solemnly, "Defense lawyer, do you have anything else to say?" Lu Onping stood up with a pale face. After a moment of silence, he said, "I hope the court can verify the authenticity of the video, as well as the secret laboratory that lawyer Gu mentioned. Only after the verification can my client be convicted." The judge nodded and turned to ask Gu Nianji, lawyer for the prosecution, "Do you agree with the defendant's lawyer?" Gu Nianji immediately nodded. "Yes, Your Honor, please send someone to search this secret laboratory immediately." The judge knocked the gavel. Due to the appearance of new important evidence in this case, today's trial will temporarily come to an end. After the court has verified it, we will pronounce a verdict. The live broadcast of the trial ended here, and the court technician cut off the internet connection. Qin Yaoguang was still shouting in the dock. She couldn't help but reveal Gu Nianji's true background. At that moment, He Zhichu jumped up from the gallery and strode over. He knocked her out with a punch and said with a livid face, "Qin Yaoguang was originally under the custody of the military, but now that important information of the country is involved, she must continue to be under the custody of the military." The judge immediately agreed and said, "Major General He, please fulfill your duty." "Thank you, Major General He, for maintaining order in the court." He Zhichu's punch just now had crossed the line, but everyone understood his feelings. Moreover, Qin Yaoguang had indeed roared in court and disrupted order in the court. The judge had agreed to shut her up, so it was legal. There was a precedent for this kind of thing in the United States. A defendant had been nagging in court and interrupting the judge when he was talking to someone else. In the end, the judge ordered him to tape his mouth. He Zhichu waved his hand and asked his personal secretary to take Qin Yaoguang away. He Qingjian also ordered someone to come over and take Qin Bei, who had already walked to the door, away. The people in the courtroom left one after another. Soon, only Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng, He Zhichu, He Qingjian, and Xie Qingying had not left. He Zhichu walked to Gu Nianji's side and hugged her in his arms. He tried his best to suppress his sobs and said, "Sister, I've made you suffer. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have suffered so much. He shouldn't have survived." For the first time, He Zhichu had the thought of committing suicide. Only now did he understand what price Gu Nianji had paid to let him survive. How could he be worthy of what she had done? He would rather have died earlier like little He Zhichu, who had only lived to the age of 16 in the other world. He Qingjian also walked over with a dejected expression. He hugged both He Zhichu and Gu Nianji in his arms and said, "Nianji, Ah Chu will acknowledge you as his sister, and I'll acknowledge you as my adopted daughter. You don't want to be the He family's daughter-in-law, but are you willing to be the He family's daughter? Suwen used to like you so much. I think she'll definitely agree." Gu Nianji's heart ached when she thought of Qin Suwen, but she still shook her head decisively. "I have my own parents. General He, I hope you can remember why I haven't done anything wrong. If I've done anything wrong, you can forgive me. You're so obedient and powerful. How could you have done anything wrong?" He Qingjian said calmly, "But even if you did something wrong, Uncle He wouldn't do anything to you. He would remember that it was because of Gu Nianji that He Zhichu had survived." Gu Nianji quickly added, "General He, you saw it today. My father, Gu Xiangwen, wasn't the murderer of lawyer Qin Suwen. Can you ask the police to remove all the wanted posters and give my father justice?" He Qingjian nodded and sighed. "Of course it has to be removed. Since your father isn't the murderer, Sai, why didn't he defend himself?" Gu Nianji thought to herself, "I want to know too." Lu Jin had such an important piece of evidence in his hand, but he had never used it to defend himself. He would rather carry the name of a murderer and hide out there. If she hadn't insisted on bringing Qin Yaoguang down this time and didn't have any evidence, he would have reluctantly sent it to her. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have taken it out, right? Was there something else he was hiding? This was the second watch of the day, chapter 1891, What She Gave. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1903. He Qingjian sighed and tried his best to suppress his anger and hostility. What he had encountered today had overturned his decades of impressions and beliefs. The guilt, remorse, and grief in his heart were indescribable. If his health hadn't improved, he would have died from his blood vessels exploding when he heard the truth about Qin Suan's murder in court today. Gu Nianji felt a little guilty and quickly said, "My father isn't good at socializing with people. I heard that he has a serious interpersonal disorder. He didn't know how to deal with it when he was suddenly accused of being a murderer and was wanted, so he had no choice but to leave, right?" She raised her hand to stroke her hair and added, "But even though my father has passed away, I still want to rehabilitate my father. Please grant my wish, General He." Xie Qingying listened silently for a long time before stepping forward to hold He Qingjin's arm. She said to Gu Nianji seriously, "Thank you, Nianji. I just realized that for young Master He, you..." Gu Nianji coughed and interrupted her. She smiled and said, "I was young at that time, so I don't remember. Actually, I didn't do anything. If Qin Yaoguang has any credit, it's that she allowed me to be born and saved young Master He's life." Although she resented Qin Yaoguang for using her as an experiment, she had never regretted using her genes to save He Zhichu. At this point, Gu Nianji immediately said, "General He, you actually heard it. It was actually my father's credit that I was able to save young Master He, not Qin Yaoguang. She's a thief. From head to toe, not a single part of her is real." He Qingjian nodded solemnly. "I know. I've wronged your father." However, he didn't want to talk about this anymore. He took a deep breath and said, "When Suan was alive, I didn't take good care of her. Now that she's dead, I must avenge her. Goodbye." He Qingjian looked deeply at Gu Nianji, turned around, and strode out of the courtroom. Hua Xiaoheng walked forward and pushed He Zhichu's arm away. He took the opportunity to pull Gu Nianji into his arms and said coldly, "Young Master He, Nianji is also very tired today. I want to take her back to rest." He Zhichu's fingertips were cold, as if he could still feel the warmth of Gu Nianji's shoulder. He secretly clenched his fists, and his eyes darkened as he followed Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng out of the court. Xie Qingying took a few quick steps and followed behind He Zhichu. Seeing that he was very depressed, she comforted him softly, "Young Master He, this isn't your fault. It's all Qin Yaoguang's fault. Who would have thought that a biological mother could be so vicious?" The corners of He Zhichu's eyes twitched. He glanced at her and said calmly and patiently, "Don't say things you don't understand. It has nothing to do with you." Xie Qingying pursed her lips. She understood He Zhichu's shock today, so she didn't argue with him. Instead, she quietly stayed by his side and kept him company. Hua Xiaoheng held Gu Nianji's hand and remained silent the entire way. They got into the car and drove quickly. They arrived at Gu Nianji's apartment in half the usual time. After they entered the room, Hua Xiaoheng slammed the door shut with a loud bang. He abruptly turned around and held Gu Nianji's slender waist with one hand and her slender neck with the other. He lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. From the moment he saw Qin Yaoguang's experimental video in court, something was wrong with him. He realized that even after using all the patience and restraint he had honed in the military for more than 10 years, he couldn't erase the hostility and anger in his heart. At that moment, in his eyes, Qin Yaoguang had already died 180 times. Each death was different, but it was all the same. He held Gu Nianji's little face and kissed it hungrily. A big hole had been dug in his heart, and only Gu Nianji could fill it. "Nianji. Nianji." Nianji, as their ears rubbed against each other, his deep voice that sounded like a cello repeatedly repeated her name in her ear. Gu Nianji also recovered from the shock of today. She urgently needed someone by her side to comfort her, protect her, and love her. She jumped onto Hu Xiaoheng's body and was hugged by him. The two of them hugged and kissed intensely. It wasn't even a kiss, but a lick and a bite. Only by helping each other out could they feel each other's existence. Hu Xiaoheng held her leg, kicked open the bedroom door, and carried her in. He kept kissing her forehead, her temples, her eyes, her nose, her cheeks, and her red lips, just like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. There was a beauty vase in the corner under the window. The peacock tail feathers in the vase fluttered in the air without any wind, moving rhythmically. After an unknown amount of time, the peacock tail feathers stopped. Hu Xiaoheng still hugged Gu Nianji tightly and refused to let go of her. It was as if this was the only way he could feel that she still existed and that she was still by his side. He stroked her smooth shoulder and was silent for a long time. He said, "I will avenge you." Gu Nianji was so tired that she was about to fall asleep. She replied in a daze, "I've already avenged myself." "No, it's not enough." Hu Xiaoheng looked out the window at the gradually darkening night sky and repeated, "No, it's not enough." He wanted to seek justice for her. He would return all the suffering she had suffered without any bias. Gu Nianji suddenly felt strangely relaxed and at ease. She tilted her head and finally fell asleep. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't fall asleep. He lay in bed with his eyes open for a long time. Finally, he got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After tidying himself up, he opened the door to the suite. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly felt a strong gust of wind coming from the door. Hu Xiaoheng was about to dodge and fight back when he saw Lu Jin kick him out of the corner of his eye. He immediately retracted his leg, turned around slightly, and used his back to take Lu Jin's sweeping kick. Lu Yuan didn't stop him. He smiled and said, "I've helped you block it all afternoon. Now it's your turn to block it." With that, he leisurely returned to his suite across the street. Lu Jin stared at Hu Xiaoheng and scolded him again. "Are you still human?" Hu Xiaoheng, afraid that Lu Jin would say something nasty again, Hu Xiaoheng quickly said, "Uncle Lu, I'm going to look for young Master He to deal with Qin Yaoguang now. Do you want to come with me?" At the mention of Qin Yaoguang, Lu Jin's rationality returned. He pursed his lips. Who has the patience to deal with her? She's dead meat. How else can she be dealt with? He Qingjian won't let her off. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. They're them, and I'm me. I don't have the habit of asking others to take revenge for me. He straightened his collar and said calmly, "Nianji is asleep. Don't disturb her. Let her sleep a little longer. Do I need you to tell me that?" Lu Jin's nose wasn't a nose, and his eyes weren't eyes. He didn't like Hu Xiaoheng no matter how he looked at him. Seeing that he still wanted to provoke him, Hu Xiaoheng was also worried that Gu Nianji would be embarrassed, so he casually said to Lu Jin, "You're really free. If I were you, I'd have to think about what to say about that surveillance video." "What's wrong with the surveillance video?" Lu Jin glared at him. "I'm the one with the best skills. It's not like I faked it." "Yes, but why did you only take it out now? What have you been doing for the past decade?" Hu Xiaoheng walked forward and said with a smile. The elevator door slowly closed in front of him. Lu Jin was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood. He jumped 3 feet high. "I've slipped away. I'll be in trouble when Nianji wakes up." However, he rushed to open the elevator and realized that Hu Xiaoheng had done something. The elevator could only go down, not up. Just as he was about to run up the stairs, Lu Yuan had already received a text message from Hu Xiaoheng. He came out of the room and shook his head at Lu Jin, who was about to slip away. Come in. Let's have a good discussion about this video. Hee, Boss Lu, you should go cook first. We'll talk about this after you cook, okay? Lu Yuan stared at Lu Jin until he came in. He closed the door and locked it. Stay here. When Yinji wakes up from hunger, she'll naturally come looking for food. When that time comes, either you and your daughter will hug each other and cry, or you'll be beaten up by Yinji until you cry. Lu Jin scratched his head and said in distress, I don't want to do either. Why is it so troublesome? I helped her, didn't I? Now that Qin Yaoguang has been convicted, she won't be able to escape death or punishment. Why is Yinji still so relentless? Lu Yuan walked into the kitchen and began to cook dinner. He said casually, do you think Yinji is like you? Her logical thinking is so meticulous. How could she let go of such a big suspect? How is it big? Lu Jin followed him into the kitchen and began to pick vegetables for him under Lu Yuan's instructions. He was still complaining, it was obviously flawless. Not only did she completely pull Yinji out, but she also shifted all the firepower to Qin Yaoguang. What else does she want? It's not what she wants, it's what you want, Lu Yuan said meaningfully. Lu Yuan said meaningfully, shareholder Lu, you're quite impressive. You hid such a big secret under my nose. You're really not simple. Same here. Lu Jin mocked. Don't you have a lot of things that you haven't told me? We're all adults, so we have to have our own privacy, right? This is privacy. Lu Yuan laughed. I've never heard of anything related to a murder being privacy. Lu Jin's eyes flickered. He was already thinking of a reason to shut Gu Yinji up. Hu Xiaoheng stepped on the accelerator, and the huge Soviet SUV roared out of the parking lot of the apartment complex. He rolled down the window, and the cool night wind whistled in his ears. His impatience finally calmed down. He used to think that nothing could make him lose his composure, but today, he finally encountered the first. As he drove, he called He Jichu. Young master He. He Jichu picked up the phone and said calmly, Mr. Peter, it's so late. What can I do for you? Hu Xiaoheng immediately understood when he heard He Jichu's tone and the faint sound of the wind coming from the other end of the phone. You're not at home. He Jichu nodded. He held a cigarette in his hand and turned to look coldly at Qin Yaoguang, who had just been thrown down from a high place. He said coldly, I'm doing an experiment. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1892, Avenging Her. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There would be a second update at 8 p.m. P.S. Someone said, this book is not a sweet pet, but a cool novel. What kind of logic was this? Could it be that sweet pet and cool novel had an either-or relationship? This book was clearly both a sweet pet and a cool novel. It did not accept any refutation. Doghead. JPG. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1904. Hu Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes. Can I observe? There's no end to scientific research. I hope, young master, he can give me this opportunity to learn from your advanced experience. He Jichu walked over with his phone in his hand and kicked Qin Yaoguang's head with the tip of his foot. He frowned and said to his subordinate, Why are you so careless? This is our great scientist with the unique perfect gene in the world. How can she fall and get her face covered in blood? As he spoke, He Jichu sent the coordinates of his location. Hu Xiaoheng received the address and immediately turned the steering wheel to the foot of the West Mountain on the outskirts of the imperial capital. From the outside, it looked like a valley surrounded by mountains. It was densely packed with trees. Even if there were high-definition satellites looking down from above, they wouldn't be able to see the situation in the valley clearly. Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly. It seemed that the two worlds had the same thoughts. He walked in. As expected, a soldier with a loaded gun suddenly came out from behind the tree. He pointed his gun at him and asked coldly, "There's a scientific experiment ahead. No one is allowed to proceed." Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and smiled. "I was invited by your young master He to observe the scientific experiment." The soldier stared at Hua Xiaoheng and confirmed it with the walkie-talkie. Hearing He Jichu's order, the soldier let Hua Xiaoheng in. When he arrived at the valley, Hua Xiaoheng's eyes suddenly lit up. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The mountain was high and the moon was small. It was actually a good place to admire the moon and flowers. However, there were some people in white coats standing around the valley. They looked like medical staff, and there were all kinds of equipment. Not far from him, there was a blurry figure lying on the ground. When he walked closer, he saw that it was Qin Yaoguang herself. She was still wearing the custom-made Louis Vuitton suit she had worn in court, but it was already covered in mud and weeds. Under the moonlight, she lay on the ground with her head tilted. One could see that her face was covered in blood. Hua Xiaoheng clicked his tongue. "It's just an experiment. Is there a need to be so violent? Come, let me show you what it means to be unscathed. It's all subcutaneous injuries that can't be seen from the surface." He Jichu. The corners of his mouth twitched as he crossed his arms and took a step back. "Then let's wait and see Mr. Peter's divine skill." Hua Xiaoheng walked over to the medical equipment and looked at it for a while before putting on a pair of white plastic gloves. He Jichu had already noticed that Hua Xiaoheng's military boots were covered with a layer of plastic film, so there were no footprints on the soft grass in the mountains. He was truly an expert. He Jichu silently evaluated it. Hua Xiaoheng turned back to Qin Yaoguang's side with a disinfectant tissue in his hand. He handed it to a medical staff member. "Go, wipe her face clean." The medic was actually one of He Jichu's trusted soldiers. He looked at He Jichu. After He Jichu nodded slightly, he walked over and wiped Qin Yaoguang's face clean. Hua Xiaoheng walked over and knelt on one knee in front of Qin Yaoguang. He grabbed her hair and lifted her head to face him. He said casually, "Do you think I don't know who Nianji's biological mother is? A person like you is only fit to be Wen Shuyi's biological mother. You two mother and daughter are equally disgusting and vicious. This is the biological mother." Qin Yaoguang was already on the verge of death. Every bone in her body was screaming, and the pain went deep into her bones. She screamed until her throat was hoarse, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. However, she was still shocked by Hua Xiaoheng's words. You. What did you say?" "I'm Nianji's biological mother. You guys treat me like this. Nianji will think it through in the future. Are you still dreaming?" Hua Xiaoheng's voice was soft and low, like a death warrant coming from the distant horizon. It was cold and had an indescribable pressure. His aura was very oppressive. Qin Yaoguang couldn't help shivering. The corners of her mouth twitched from the pain. She said, "Otherwise, would you dare to do a paternity test?" "Of course we will, but you don't have to worry about that." As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, a silver needle appeared in his left hand. His right hand pinched Qin Yaoguang's face. Her mouth opened involuntarily, and she watched as the silver needle, which had absorbed the cow hair, pierced her throat. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng withdrew the silver needle. He casually rubbed the needle into a small metal ball and threw it into a nearby pond. Qin Yaoguang's limbs were stretched out weakly as she lay on the ground. She opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue, but she could only gasp for air. She couldn't say a single word. He Jichu walked over and clicked his tongue. The KGB's methods are indeed extraordinary. You punctured her vocal cords. I can tell, but why did you stick needles in her limbs and joints? Why? Of course it's to sever her tendons and veins. Hu Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back disapprovingly and said, do you have any other places? If he wanted to do the kind of experiment that Qin Yaoguang had done to the young Gu Nianji, just here wouldn't be enough. He Zhichu laughed. Of course. Does Mr. Peter want to continue observing and guiding? Of course I want to learn from your country's advanced experience. Hu Xiaoheng looked around and his gaze stopped at a large rock not far away. It was as tall as a person. He Zhichu saw that he had seen it and said with admiration, Mr. Peter is indeed sharp. That's it. He walked over and did something on the big rock. The big rock suddenly moved and slowly slid to the side, revealing the cave inside. It was dark, and no one knew how big or deep it was. He Zhichu turned around and made a gesture. His men quickly lifted Qin Yaoguang and walked into the cave. Hu Xiaoheng followed him in. After walking in for 5 minutes and making many turns, his eyes lit up. It was obvious that this was a biochemical defense facility. He Zhichu said coldly. This was originally a biochemical defense facility prepared for the World War. Now, it's being used in advance. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and praised, young master, he is wise and thoughtful. Next, they began to experiment on Qin Yaoguang according to the sequence of Qin Yaoguang's experimental video. Physics experiments, chemistry experiments, and biological experiments were carried out in an orderly manner. Qin Yaoguang's vocal cords had been pierced, and she couldn't make a sound. Her limbs were weak, and she couldn't stand up at all. She was tied to the pillar. Hu Xiaoheng stood in the one-way glass room and looked at the poison gas room next door. He put his fist to his lips and coughed. Qin Yaoguang's genes seem to be really good. She can fight poison with poison. Perfect genes. She has to leave us more data. He Zhichu basked in the sun and watched without blinking as the experiments were done on Qin Yaoguang. By dawn, Qin Yaoguang had already fainted. He Zhichu called for a stop. If you faint, you can't do the experiment. You have to be awake for the experiment data to be useful. Hu Xiaoheng took off his mask and walked out. He said calmly, you don't have to be awake for too long. The experiment subjects don't need to be conscious. Otherwise, how can you do the experiment? As long as you don't use anesthetics, it'll be fine. You need experimental data. With anesthetics, it won't be accurate. He Zhichu, all right. Hu Xiaoheng was still more ruthless than him. Where did he learn all these methods of torturing people? Hu Xiaoheng caught a glimpse of his expression and smiled faintly. This is a routine operation of the KGB. There are even more ruthless methods than this. I'm a soft-hearted person, so I'm usually unwilling to use them. How could he be soft-hearted? The corners of He Zhichu's eyes were about to twitch. Just now, Hu Xiaoheng had suggested to increase the concentration of the drug he injected by 10 times. Hu Xiaoheng patted him on the shoulder. Young master, I'm not as good as you in a lawsuit, but you're not as good as me in torturing people. He Zhichu pursed his lips and pushed Hu Xiaoheng's hand away. When she becomes a vegetable, I'll send her to an experimental facility. After all, it's the only set of perfect genes in our country. We have to make the best use of it. Hu Xiaoheng, the corners of his lips curled up. All right, I take back my words. In terms of torturing people, I'm still not as good as you. At that moment, in his secret base in another suburb of the imperial capital, He Qingjian was slamming the table angrily. He looked at an old man in front of him whose face was flushed red and whose figure was exactly the same as Qin Bei's. However, his appearance was completely different. He roared, "Where's Qin Bei? Why did you pretend to be him and go to the trial? The Qin Bei they had captured from the court was actually a fake. This person was able to deceive the court and all of them. It could be seen that Qin Bei had planned this long ago and had been waiting for this day. The old man was hairless and bald. He blinked and suddenly laughed out loud. I've lived for more than 80 years. It's enough. He gave my family 10 million yuan. I'm an old man, and I can't earn that much in 2 lifetimes. As he spoke, his laughter stopped abruptly. A stream of black blood flowed out of his mouth, and he fell straight to the ground. After a quick examination, He Qingjian's personal secretary said to him regretfully, "Chief, this person is already dead. Check it out. Who the hell is he? He wants to run away for 10 million yuan. Qin Bei's plan is too shrewd." He Qingjian clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. This was today's second update, Chapter 1893, Learning Advanced Experience. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1905. Gu Nianji was too tired. After coming down from the court, she was extremely nervous and exhausted, but also very excited. When she got home, she was tormented by Hu Shaoheng until it was dark. Even her body was extremely tired. After Hu Shaoheng left, she fell into a deep sleep and didn't even dream. When she opened her eyes, it was already the next morning. Lu Jin waited for Gu Nianji to settle the score with him. After waiting all night, he fell asleep on the sofa alone. He didn't see Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji sat up from the bed and rubbed her almost broken waist. She gritted her teeth and cursed Hu Shaoheng under her breath. His stamina is so good. He's really inhuman. However, thinking that he might not have done that for more than a year, she could forgive him. However, the situation yesterday was really not suitable for children. Gu Nianji didn't even dare to think about it now. She wished she could pack up all those charming and crazy memories in a box and stuff them into a small dark room and lock them up. She leaned against the headboard, one arm over her head, and the corners of her lips curled up high. After lying comfortably for a while, she got out of bed with her hands on her waist and went to the bathroom to take a shower. The rose essential oil formula that Lu Jin had specially concocted for her was very relieving. She dripped some into the massage bathtub and lay in it to rest with her eyes closed. When she came out of the shower, she felt that her stomach was rumbling with hunger. Even her throat was burning with hunger. Gu Nianji quickly changed into the home clothes she wore at home. Without hesitation, she ran to Lu Yuan's door and knocked. She said loudly, "President Lu, are you there? I'm hungry." Lu Yuan happened to be cooking breakfast in the kitchen, while Lu Jin sat on the sofa in a daze. He was still wondering if he should go see Gu Nianji. Since she came back yesterday, she hadn't come out again. Lu Jin had checked the surveillance cameras but hadn't seen her go downstairs. As soon as he heard Gu Nianji's soft voice coming through the intercom, Lu Jin immediately jumped up with a smile and ran to open the door. "Nianji, you're awake. Hungry, right? What do you want to eat? Boss Lu can cook anything." He let Gu Nianji in as if to please her and took her to the kitchen to meet Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan turned around and looked at her with a smile. "Where's Shaoheng?" Gu Nianji blushed and twisted her earlobe uncomfortably. She pretended to be nonchalant and said, "I don't know. How would I know where Hu Shao went? Did he go back to the embassy? Then please give him a call and ask him if he wants to come back for lunch." Lu Yuan looked at his watch. "Actually, it's not breakfast time now, but do you want to have breakfast or wait for lunch together later?" Gu Nianji quickly said, "Please give me something to fill my stomach first, then we can have lunch together." "You wish." Lu Yuan poked Gu Nianji humorously. "But, sure. Your performance in court yesterday was brilliant. Uncle will cook something delicious for you today to reward our great lawyer Gu. Go to the dining room and wait. I'll cook you a bowl of shepherd's purse, shrimp, and fresh meat wonton that I made yesterday. I'm sure you'll love it. Gu Nianji returned to the dining room with a smile and sat down, waiting to eat the small wontons that Lu Yuan had personally made. Seeing that she was fine, Lu Jin was in a good mood and forgot what Lu Yuan had said yesterday. He busied himself by Gu Nianji's side, warming milk for her and bringing small muffins for her. He placed them neatly on a small plate and brought them over. The plate of muffins was pushed in front of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked up and saw Lu Jin's widening smile. Gu Nianji suddenly remembered what had happened yesterday. Her face darkened and she said, "Dad, you haven't told me clearly. When did you get that video surveillance? You've kept it from us." Lu Jin cursed under his breath. As expected, he still had to settle the score. He immediately took a step back reflexively and turned to escape. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Hu Xiaoheng standing at the door with one hand about to ring the doorbell. Gu Nianji had already rushed over and shouted, "Stop him. He wants to run again." Hu Xiaoheng quickly put one hand on Lu Jin's shoulder and strode in. He closed the door and locked it. He pulled out the key from the door and put it in his pocket. Gu Nianji clenched her hands into fists, her face full of anger. She looked at Lu Jin and said, "Dad, aren't you tired? This again." Lu Jin. Why did she say, again? "Dad, don't pretend with me." When Gu Nianji saw that Hu Xiaoheng had returned, she became bolder and spoke more confidently. "Dad, don't even think about running away this time. From the moment you sent me that surveillance video, you should have thought of a follow-up reason. How could I not ask about such an obvious loophole? Then why am I still a lawyer? I'll just go home and get married and have children. Getting married and having children is good." Lu Jin couldn't help but add, but when he saw Gu Nianji's big eyes gradually widening, he quickly changed his words. "Nianji, don't be angry. I'm not running. I didn't react in time, it was a reflex, I'm used to running." Lu Jin spoke very seriously and without any falsehood. Gu Nianji's heart immediately ached. She thought about how Lu Jin had been hiding for so many years. Although he was considered successful in his career, he had always been using a fake identity. It was really not easy. Gu Nianji's expression softened. She stepped forward to hold Lu Jin's arm and accompanied him back to the dining room to sit down. There was already a bowl of clear shepherd's purse, shrimp, and fresh meat wontons in front of her seat. There were also some finely chopped shallots and coriander sprinkled on it. The smell was appetizing. As Gu Nianji ate the wontons, she stared at Lu Jin and asked him to tell the truth. Lu Jin scratched his head. He knew that Gu Nianji wouldn't be easy to deal with. Moreover, there were two great gods, Lu Yuan and Hu Xiaoheng, eyeing them covetously. He had to say it even if he didn't want to. Lu Jin took a sip of coffee and rubbed his brows. He said with a headache, "What do you want to say? Didn't I tell you everything? I sent you the surveillance video." "Dad, don't interrupt. Tell me honestly, when did you get your hands on this video?" Lu Jin looked up at the pure white ceiling in the dining room. He didn't dare look Gu Nianji in the eye and said unhappily, "I found it recently. Because you've always wanted to pin the murder on Qin Yaoguang's bald head, I wanted to help you find evidence. It just so happened that Qin Bei sent someone to Qin Yaoguang's secret laboratory to retrieve something. I found out by chance, so I installed a remote surveillance device on that person and discovered the secret laboratory." Gu Nianji frowned. "Did you really find it recently? If it had really been found recently, then it could explain why Lu Jin had only been on the run and hadn't cleared himself of the murder suspicion. Lu Yuan chuckled from the side. You still know how to install remote surveillance. You didn't follow them directly. You're smart. He lazily picked up a newspaper and shook it open. He said casually, if you had followed them directly, you would have become Qin Bei's hostage by now. Xiaoheng and I would have had to rack our brains to save you. Am I that stupid? Lu Jin rolled his eyes. Even He Qingjian can't catch me. Who does Qin Bei think he is? Hua Xiaoheng said, Qin Bei is still very smart. I heard that the Qin Bei that He Qingjian caught in court was fake. The real Qin Bei has already escaped. Gu Nianji's attention was immediately diverted. She put down her spoon in surprise. That Qin Bei is a substitute. How long has he been preparing a substitute? I don't know about that. Hua Xiaoheng spread out his hands. I only overheard it when young master he was on the phone. I don't know the details. But I heard it's very difficult to catch up. Young master he is discussing with his father whether to use the army. If He Qingjian can't even deal with Qin Bei, he should resign and commit suicide to atone for his crimes. Lu Yuan flipped through a page of the newspaper and didn't seem too worried. Gu Nianji was extremely worried. How could we let him get away? How many times have I hinted? Why didn't General He and young master He take it to heart? You can't blame them for that. Lu Yuan said from behind the newspaper, I can only say that Qin Bei and Qin Yaoguang are too good at pretending. What they've done, they've even hidden it from their own people. They're so secretive. They're up to something, Gu Nianji said faintly. The Qin family has been working for the Lorraine family in the United States for almost 100 years. Lorraine won't ignore him, right? Of course not. He even urged the United States Congress to get Qin Yaoguang out of the country at the cost of a trade war. Lu Yuan scoffed. Fortunately, your father's video surveillance slapped them in the face and made the United States Congress quickly give up on Qin Yaoguang. This way, Lorraine can't ignore Qin Bei. After all, Qin Yaoguang is currently under young master He's most strict supervision. It's very difficult for Lorraine's hand to reach in. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Lorraine can't ignore Qin Bei. Then can we speculate that Qin Bei's escape this time was definitely led by Lorraine? Lu Yuan, Lu Jin, and Hua Xiaoheng all looked at Gu Nianji. What do you mean? Gu Nianji smiled slyly and gently tapped the edge of the white porcelain bowl with a spoon. She said softly, why does Lorraine protect Qin Bei? Does she really have feelings for him? Actually, it's all for Qin Yaoguang's experiments over the years. Dad just said that Qin Bei sent someone to Qin Yaoguang's secret laboratory not long ago and took away her experimental data, as well as some of her samples. I'm guessing that he must have made a deal with Lorraine in exchange for these data and samples. So what Lorraine values is actually only perfect genes. Gu Nianji's pure black eyes darted around as she said with a smile, if that's the case, why didn't General He take the high-level route and contact Lorraine directly? Hua Xiaoheng was the first to understand. His eyes suddenly lit up as he said. Do you mean to let General He use Qin Yaoguang to trade with Lorraine in exchange for Qin Bei's whereabouts? Since Lorraine only valued perfect genes. And this time, their live broadcast of the trial had already convinced the whole world that Qin Yaoguang was the only one with the true perfect genes. Now, almost all the spies from all over the world had come to the imperial capital of the Huaxia Empire to obtain information and whereabouts about Qin Yaoguang. Lorraine didn't need to say anything. He knew that when Shuyi's genes weren't perfect enough. Now that he had Qin Yaoguang, his credibility was even higher. You're worth teaching. Gu Nianji giggled and reached out to pat Hua Xiaoheng's cheek. Hua Xiaoheng held her mischievous hand and smiled faintly. Do you still want to be taught a lesson? Gu Nianji's face turned red again. She was actually like her father, always remembering punishments but not beatings. You guys eat first. I'll go find young Master He. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and said calmly, since Qin Bei is so cunning, I'll go see if I can help. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1894, Big Plans. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. There would be a second update at 8 p.m. P.S. A relative said that it wasn't scientific. He asked little He Jichu in the other world why he also had a genetic defect. There didn't seem to be Qin Yaoguang there, so he looked at the back and forgot about the front. He remembered that the relatives of the He and Gu families in the other world had encountered each other. Could they help explain? _moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1906. Hu Xiaoheng left Gu Nianji's apartment building and went to the underground parking lot to get his car. He quickly drove out. He wasn't in a hurry to find He Jichu and He Qingjian. Instead, he drove around for a while to organize his thoughts and plan of action. Lorraine wasn't an idiot. If they wanted to exchange terms with him, they would need to contact the highest level to win his trust. However, if this matter was done by the highest level and Lorraine exposed it in the future, then the highest level that the Huaxia Empire had taken the initiative to contact would probably lose their reputation and step down in dejection. Hu Xiaoheng was used to looking 3 steps before taking 1 step. He also had to evaluate the follow-up effects of the operation so that he could deal with the possible adverse consequences in advance. Although Gu Nianji's strategy would work, there would be endless consequences. He aimlessly drove through the 3rd ring road of the imperial capital. When he drove past the embassy area, his heart skipped a beat. He was a Soviet diplomat, and the United States and the Soviet Union had always been mortal enemies. Perhaps he could use this relationship. A plan slowly formed in Hu Xiaoheng's mind. He put on his Bluetooth headset and called He Jichu. Young Master He, do you have any leads? He Jichu had just come out of the conference room. He stood by the window in the corridor and lit a cigarette. He said coldly, we're still making arrangements. Do you have any leads? Nianji just speculated that the person who will receive Qin Beiyoi will be Lorraine. He Jichu was slightly taken aback. Then, a smile appeared on his lips that he didn't even notice. He said lightly, she's quite quick-witted. Yes, we've confirmed that Qin Beiyoi is contacting Lorraine. And we've also received news that Lorraine's private plane is flying towards the Imperial Capital International Airport. It seemed like He Jichu and He Qingjian were already prepared. Hu Xiaoheng turned the steering wheel back to the Soviet embassy and said, then what do you plan to do? Of course we'll take drastic measures and cut off Qin Beioi's retreat. He Jichu took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled white smoke out the window. All Lorraine wants is Qin Yaoguang. It's good that you're prepared. Hu Xiaoheng smiled faintly as he got out of the car. But don't contact Lorraine on your own. Don't do anything that might cause others to gossip about you. He Jichu felt a headache coming on as he threw the cigarette into the trash can under the window. I told the old man that he's determined to deal with Qin Bei. He doesn't care if it hurts himself in the future. In other words, He Qingjian and Gu Nianji were thinking the same thing, and He Jichu was thinking about the same thing as Hu Xiaoheng. He Qingjian might have thought of the consequences. He was much more experienced than He Jichu, but the reason why he didn't care was probably because he didn't want to live anymore. Hu Xiaoheng walked towards the entrance of the Soviet embassy. After pondering for a long time, he said, if they haven't started communicating yet, tell your people to stop immediately. I intend to do this. Over the phone, Hu Xiaoheng vaguely expressed his thoughts, and He Jichu understood immediately. Doing so would not make He Qingjian bear the responsibility, but it would also make Lorraine fall into the trap and give up on Qin hegemony. He Jichu was silent for a while. I'll find someone else for the meeting. He turned around and entered the conference room. He announced that the operation would be suspended and the people who had just been in the meeting would be called back for the meeting. He Qingjian also received a text message from He Jichu. The situation has changed. The Soviet Union is involved. He Qingjian frowned. The Soviet Union was also interested in Qin Yaoguang's perfect gene. That wasn't impossible, but with the KGB's ace of the Far East, Peter around, would the Soviet Union really be interested in Qin Yaoguang? It wasn't that He Qingjian didn't suspect it. He sat in his study and stared at Qin Suwen's photo for a long time. His fingers gently caressed Qin Suwen's bright smile on the photo and he whispered, Su, what do you think I should do? Lorraine's private plane finally landed at Terminal T3 of the Imperial Capital's International Airport. He was an old friend of the Huaxia Empire's higher-ups. Unfortunately, the people he was familiar with had either retired or passed away. They were no longer in their positions. He wasn't familiar with the three people who were truly in power now. General He Qingjian, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Xia Beiqin. However, although he wasn't familiar with them, his status was still there. No one could belittle him. Lorraine calmly lit a cigar and sat in a comfortable seat in his private plane, waiting for the Huaxia Empire to send someone to pick him up. However, after waiting for an hour, he didn't see the Huaxia Empire's official reception staff. He only waited for the Huaxia Empire's international airport to urge him to get off the plane and go through the customs procedures. Lorraine cursed under his breath. His expression was already a little ugly. He stood up and left the private plane under the escort of his bodyguards and staff. He went to the customs to go through the customs procedures. There was no red carpet, no special passage, and he had to line up with the untouchables of the third world to enter the customs. It was a great humiliation. Although Lorraine appeared to be gentle, polite, and treated everyone equally, deep down in his heart, he was a white supremacist. He completely looked down on the people from the third world countries and even discriminated against them. He thought that they were ants who wasted Blue Planet's resources and needed to be eliminated. However, due to the rampant political correctness in the United States, he never dared to bring it up. However, the hidden meaning behind his action plan and all the charity funds was to reduce the population of the third world as much as possible, whether it was through violence or civilization. Unfortunately, after more than 100 years of genetic experiments, the perfect gene that appeared in the end was actually born from the Huaxia people. This person, whether it was Wen Shuyi or Qin Yaoguang, was a genuine Asian Huaxia, not a Caucasian. As soon as Lorraine walked out of the customs, he received a call from Qin Bei. This was the special line between him and Qin Bei. It was a communication channel provided by a proprietary satellite, and the level of confidentiality was even higher than the calls between the heads of countries. This was because when they were talking, the satellite could guarantee that only two phones could talk at a time. Other phones could not connect to the satellite network at all. This kind of physical exclusive communication method was the safest and most confidential. No matter how skilled a hacker was, they would not be able to hack in because they were excluded from the start. Of course, this was also an extremely expensive communication method. Only organizations like the Lorraine Financial Group could afford it. Lorraine held the phone and asked as he walked, "Where are you now? Have you prepared the things I want?" At this time, Qin Bei was in an old and chaotic residential area in the 5th Ring Road of the imperial capital that was about to be demolished. He had bought the house here many years ago. At the time, he did not think about demolishing it, but he was prepared to have 3 burrows. Once he was discovered, he knew that he would not be able to escape, so he had to plan ahead. The houses in the residential area were still low-rise bungalows from the 60s and 70s of the last century. It looked like an old-fashioned courtyard house with smoke-gray bricks and a grayish-black roof. There was a locust tree in front of the door, and it looked exactly like the densely packed houses around it. However, the inside of the courtyard house was a different world. The decoration was very comfortable and modern. Most importantly, there was a cellar, which was actually a tunnel that led to the entrance of the highway. Qin Bei stood in front of the window of the converted study in the east wing of the courtyard house and looked at the sky in the four corners of the courtyard. He held the phone in one hand and played with two iron walnuts wrapped in paste in the other. He said in a low voice, "Mr. Lorraine, we've agreed on the terms. If you take me abroad, I'll give you the things. You can't go back on your word." Lorraine smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm already here. What else do you have to worry about? Don't worry, I'll personally take you out on my private plane. No one will dare to stop me." His Chinese was very fluent and even had the unique accent of the people of the imperial capital. However, he had never shown this ability in front of others. In order to make Qin Bei feel at ease, no matter how reluctant he was, he treated him as one of his own. Qin Bei nodded slightly. He did not completely believe Lorraine. If this person was really trustworthy, he would not have asked the United States to withdraw from the trade war. However, he really needed Lorraine's help now. He Qingjian, that old man, had cast an inescapable net in the imperial capital, just like how he had pursued Gu Xianwen back then. Qin Bei was filled with anger, but he had no choice but to hide. He had tried to leave the imperial capital countless times in the past 2 days, but whether it was by road, water, or air, he could not leave. Every time he was almost discovered by the other party, he would retreat back, and the people around him were getting fewer and fewer. For the first time, Qin Bei felt at the end of the road. He raised his hand and made a wait-and-see gesture in the Peking opera. He sang a verse from Missing Airstrike. "I was watching the mountain scenery from the city tower when I heard the chaos outside the city. Banners fluttered in the air, but it turned out to be the soldiers sent by Sima. How lucky you were to get 3 cities in a row. Greedy and insatiable, you seized my west city. Zhuge is waiting in the watchtower, waiting for Sima to come here so we can have a heart-to-heart talk." After he finished singing Missing Airstrike, Qin Bei's phone rang again. He looked down and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. To be precise, the phone showed a phone number from the Soviet Union. This was today's second update, Chapter 1895, Cut Off His Retreat. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1907. Why would a Soviet person call him? Did a Soviet swindler call the wrong number? Qin Bei muttered in his heart, but he still picked up the phone. Not for any other reason, but because his number was only known to the most trusted and important people. Ordinary people would not know it. He was afraid of missing out on important information. After the call was connected, a person with a Russian accent spoke in Chinese. His tone was a little strange, and when he spoke faster, his tongue almost made a clicking sound like a bullet. Qin Bei frowned with a headache, but he still understood the other person's words, because the other person repeated the same sentence 3 times, like a repeater. "Hello, Mr. Qin Bei. Hello, Mr. Qin Bei. Hello, Mr. Qin Bei." Qin Bei said with a headache, "May I ask who you are? Why do you have to repeat the same sentence 3 times? The person paused and said, "I'm an outreach officer from the Soviet KGB's Far East Bureau. Don't you have a saying in your country that important things must be said 3 times? Qin Bei, how did he not know this saying? However, the other party directly said that he was a staff member of the Soviet KGB, so Qin Bei's heart was beating fast. He asked tentatively, "The Soviet KGB's Far East Bureau. Please forgive my ignorance, but what kind of organization is this?" The other party laughed. "Don't pretend. Is there anyone in the Huaxia Empire who doesn't know what the KGB is?" Qin Bei, the corners of his mouth twitched. "Really? Is it really the KGB that we know of? But why would the KGB call me again? I'm not a Soviet. The other party said, you're not a Soviet, but I know that you're in urgent need of help and want to leave the Huaxia Empire, right? Qin Bei's heart tightened and he subconsciously looked around. The moon was still bright outside the window, and a few fragrant flowers were swaying in front of the window. The unique flowers were reflected on the window paper, and the sparse shadows were slanted and silent. Qin Bei's heart was pounding, and he felt a little paranoid. He quickly walked to the window, closed the curtains, and said with a straight face, "You've called the wrong number. You still won't admit it." The other party laughed. "If I know your phone number, I can know your current location. Mr. Qin Bei, if you really want to leave this country, you can only accept our help now. I can tell you that no one can help you except us." Qin Bei almost threw his phone to the ground. Lorraine had sent someone from the United States to deliver this phone to him. It was said to be the latest high-tech product. Didn't Lorraine say that this phone was absolutely confidential and that no one would be able to track its location? How did the KGB get their hands on his phone number? They even found his location. Qin Bei's back was drenched in sweat. He suppressed his racing heart and pretended to be calm. "Is that so? Does he really know where I am? Then tell me, where am I?" That person really did give the address. It was the place where Qin Bei was located. His heart sank to the bottom. His first reaction was to crawl into the cellar and escape through the tunnel. However, before he could act, the other party said sincerely, "Mr. Qin Bei, don't panic and don't be anxious. We sincerely want to cooperate with you and save you." As soon as he heard the word cooperate, Qin Bei's uneasy heart suddenly calmed down. "You want to cooperate with me?" A smug smile appeared on his lips. "What can I cooperate with you? I won't keep you in suspense." The other party's tone became very sincere. "We Soviets speak and do things as one, and we are very honest. We know that you have important research data and samples of your daughter, Miss Qin Yaoguang. We hope that you can consider our country. Our country can give you shelter and be your refuge." Qin Bei heaved a sigh of relief and began to play Tai Chi. "Really? Well, that's negotiable. I need to think about it carefully. How about this, send me your action plan. If it's suitable, I'm willing to cooperate with you." He had always cooperated with Western countries in the past, but this time, even the Soviet Union was involved. It was obvious how important the thing in his hands was. The other party said yes. "Please wait a moment. I'll send you our action plan immediately." Not long after, Qin Bei's phone received the action plan from the other party. He took a rough look and immediately felt that the Soviets were indeed honest. They said they would protect him and they didn't beat around the bush at all. At this time, Lorraine had just sat down in the room he had booked at a 5-star hotel in the capital. Before he could take a sip of water, his subordinate called him and said nervously, "Mr. Lorraine, our phone surveillance shows that the Soviet KGB's Far East Bureau just called Qin Bei." "What? The Soviet KGB again?" Lorraine was furious. "They just won't go away." This reminded him of a while ago in New York. For when Shui, the Soviet KGB had also made a move, but they didn't succeed. He didn't expect that they still wouldn't give up. This time, they went straight to Qin Bei. Lorraine knew how cunning Qin Bei was. He wouldn't release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. This time, he even wanted him to come to Huaxia personally. Otherwise, he wouldn't negotiate with them. Now that the Soviet KGB's Far East Bureau had given him the action plan, it would be strange if this old man didn't hang him up and sell him. Lorraine kicked over the glass coffee table in the living room and shouted angrily, "Answer his call." His subordinate hurriedly called Qin Bei's number again. Qin Bei's old laughter came from the phone. Lorraine was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit, but he had already put on a standard Western gentleman's smile. He said politely, "Mr. Chin, have you thought about it? When can we meet?" Chin Bei smiled and said, "It's too late today. Maybe another day. I need to rest. You know, I'm getting old and I don't sleep well every day. It's not easy for me to feel sleepy, so I won't be able to talk to you anymore." Then, he immediately turned off the phone. He felt that if the Soviets knew his location, Lorraine might also know. Moreover, this phone was given to him by Lorraine, so there might be some monitoring software in it. With this thought in mind, Chin Bei immediately ordered his subordinate to buy him a phone online and send it to another location by express delivery tomorrow. He did not intend to continue using the phone that Lorraine gave him. When Lorraine saw Chin Bei hang up on him, he confirmed that Chin Bei was going to be hung up and sold. The conditions that he used as a precondition were definitely not suitable. Chin Bei was a typical businessman. A businessman who was willing to sell anything as long as someone was willing to buy it. And the most obvious characteristic of a businessman was that the highest bidder would win, or in simpler terms, profit was everything. Now that the KGB of the Soviet Union was involved, Lorraine could only compete with the KGB. After thinking for a long time, Lorraine sent a text to Chin Bei's phone, "I'll double the previous price and give you US citizenship. You'll be protected by the CIA for life." Lorraine knew that the first condition was fine. Chin Bei did not lack money, but the second condition, the elite protection of the CIA, was what attracted Chin Bei the most. Wasn't Chin Bei afraid of death at his age? The next morning, Chin Bei woke up very early. The phone that he had ordered online had not arrived yet, so he had no choice but to take the phone that Lorraine gave him and open it. As soon as he opened it, he saw the text message that Lorraine had sent last night. Seeing this simple sentence, the smile on Chin Bei's face involuntarily widened. Sure enough, there was only progress when there was competition. Chin Bei had hinted to Lorraine about the latter condition, but Lorraine pretended to be deaf and dumb and refused to guarantee his personal safety when he went to the United States. Chin Bei carefully admired Lorraine's text message before tapping his reply with one finger, "Not only me, but also the personal safety of the descendants of the Chin family. You also have to guarantee the personal safety of my family's descendants, including my daughter, Chin Yaoguang. You have to be responsible for getting her out." Chin Bei knew very well that Chin Yaoguang did not have the so-called perfect genes. He had seen the surveillance video of Chin Yaoguang's secret laboratory online, but he also knew what happened afterwards. This was because Chin Yaoguang had indeed tried to modify her own genes. She had once thought that she had succeeded, but later discovered that she had not succeeded. Her genes had even deteriorated. However, Chin Bei would not say a word now. He still hoped to use this condition to beat her at her own game and make Lorraine do whatever it took to get Chin Yaoguang out of the country. Chin Bei truly knew that all the data and samples he had were not as important as Chin Yaoguang. She was the one who truly knew the condition of Gu Nianji's genes. Chin Bei had sensed something unusual from the recent series of events, and that was, Gu Nianji's genes were even more confusing. Therefore, the first step of his plan was to first confirm Chin Yaoguang's perfect genes identity before he could get Lorraine or the KGB to get her out of the country. After they successfully went abroad and settled down, he would then carry out the second step of his plan with Chin Yaoguang. And Gu Nianji was their trump card for the second step of their plan, and also their last trump card. He would never expose himself until the very last moment. Once exposed, he and Chin Yaoguang would be of no value to Lorraine and the KGB. He was not stupid enough to expose all his trump cards and trump cards before he could safely go abroad. When Lorraine saw Chin Bei's text message, he secretly cursed him for being greedy, but he was not particularly angry. This was because his main purpose in coming to Huaxia was not to pick up Chin Bei, but to get Chin Yaoguang away. He sat up from the bed and only replied with 2 words, "Deal." When Qin Bei saw the reply, he smiled in satisfaction and also replied, "Happy cooperation." Although he had received an olive branch from the KGB, he had never thought of cooperating with the KGB. The Soviet Union was not a place for him. He still preferred the free and prosperous Western countries like the United States. However, what he did not know was that Lorraine had just received a call. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lorraine? I am Peter, the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Embassy. I have a cooperation plan that I would like to discuss with you." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1896, Happy Cooperation. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, and recommendation votes were especially important. There would be a second update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1908. Lorraine immediately went on high alert. What was the Soviet Union trying to do? First, the KGB's Far Eastern Bureau had approached Qin Bei to help him escape. Then the Soviet Ministry of Foreign Affairs had approached him. Lorraine said coldly, "Mr. Peter, you can talk to my secretary if you have something to say." He was about to hang up the phone. The caller was Hu Xiaoheng. He stood in front of the window and looked out at the clear blue sky and the lush greenery downstairs. He didn't mind Lorraine's refusal and continued, "I'm in the room next to your hotel. If you're interested, we can talk face to face." Lorraine's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. In the room next to his. Had his whereabouts been exposed? He was silent for a few seconds before nodding. "Okay, you can come to my room if you need anything." There were about a dozen staff and bodyguards in and out of his room. The other party was only one person, so no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't kill all of them at once. Also, this was the Huaxia Empire, not the Soviet Union. He didn't believe the other party would be so bold as to openly fight him here. Lorraine put down the phone and rubbed his furrowed brows. After a while, the doorbell to the hotel room rang. One of Lorraine's bodyguards opened the door and saw a handsome man with a dignified appearance standing at the door. He was so handsome that no one could take their eyes off him. He wore a well-ironed suit, but the tightly wrapped shirt and trousers didn't make him look civilized. Instead, he exuded a strong sense of aggression and an intimidating aura. It was as if he wouldn't hesitate to snap anyone's neck no matter who stood in his way. Although the person who opened the door was a seasoned bodyguard, he was still intimidated by Hu Xiaoheng's aura and immediately bowed respectfully to make way for him. For these bodyguards, they had more animal instincts than ordinary people. They could instantly tell who was a big shot, who was someone they could not afford to offend, and who was a weakling they could bully at will. Hu Xiaoheng walked in calmly and extended his hand to the serious Lorraine in the living room with a smile. "Mr. Lorraine, I'm Peter, the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Consulate General in C City. Nice to meet you." Lorraine didn't shake his hand and arrogantly looked him over from head to toe. He had to admit that as far as Asians were concerned, the person in front of him was indeed an elite in terms of appearance. Compared to the white elites, they were not much inferior. In fact, they might even surpass them. However, he didn't think that Hu Xiaoheng's abilities could be compared to elite white people. It's just his good looks, Laurel thought inwardly. He stood up slowly but didn't shake Hu Xiaoheng's hand. Instead, he took out a cigar and lit it on his palm. The staff beside him immediately stepped forward, took out a knife to cut off the end of the cigar, and then lit it for him. Hu Xiaoheng's outstretched hand seemed a little awkward, but he naturally went with the flow and raised his arms in front of him. "I'm here to negotiate. Everyone, don't be nervous. I'm not armed." He made it sound like Lorraine was afraid of him. Lorraine could no longer maintain his composure. The corner of his mouth twitched as he nodded. "What does Mr. Peter want to talk about?" Hu Xiaoheng glanced at the people in the room with a smile. Are these your confidants? Do you really want to discuss our plan with me in front of so many people? Lorraine turned and said, come in with me. He led Hu Xiaoheng to the small guest room of the hotel suite. His bodyguards and staff closed the door and stood guard outside. Hu Xiaoheng followed him in and sat down in front of Lorraine. Lorraine crossed his legs and took a puff of his cigar. He asked nonchalantly, Mr. Peter, what brings you here? Hu Xiaoheng leaned forward slightly and stared into Lorraine's eyes. He went straight to the point. Mr. Lorraine III, you came to Huaxia for Qin Yaoguang, not for Qin Hai, right? Lorraine's eyes narrowed as he instinctively retorted. Neither. I came to Huaxia for sightseeing. Hu Xiaoheng laughed soundlessly. He looked at Lorraine mockingly and raised his brows slightly. His entire person was indescribably flirtatious, as if the aggressive aura from before was just a facade. Lorraine felt very uncomfortable under his gaze, but he still forced himself to say, Mr. Peter, there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Hu Xiaoheng leaned back on the sofa and crossed his legs casually. He rested one arm on the sofa's armrest and tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest. He said calmly, it's not that I don't believe you. Looking for someone and sightseeing aren't contradictory. Lorraine was speechless. All right. Since Mr. Lorraine wants to beat around the bush, I don't have that much time to entertain you. Hu Xiaoheng stood up. You have your plan, and I have mine. Since we can't work together, we'll each rely on our own abilities. Lorraine didn't expect this Soviet to be so impatient. He was going to quit after just a few words. He hurriedly stood up and asked tentatively, Mr. Peter, are you really a diplomat from the Soviet embassy? What kind of cooperation do you want with me? I'm not a public official. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and took out his ID. Take a look for yourself. You can also get your people to check with the Soviet Union to see if I'm a Soviet diplomat. Lorraine quickly glanced at Hu Xiaoheng's Russian ID. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with it, he changed his expression and relaxed with a smile. Then what exactly does Mr. Peter want to talk about? Mr. Lorraine hasn't answered me yet. Are you here for Qin Yaoguang? Of course. Lorraine was being honest. Not only Qin Yaoguang, but also Qin Bei. I want to take both of them away. Hu Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back and stood up straight. He was a head taller than Lorraine. You're really confident that you can really take these two people away from the He family? The He father and son hate Qin Yaoguang and Qin Bei. Ha 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 ha, you don't have to worry about that. I have my ways. Lorraine laughed heartily and looked very happy. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and his expression became serious. But we also want Qin Yaoguang. What should we do? Mr. Lorraine, can you be magnanimous? You want Qin Bei, and we want Qin Yaoguang. Let's work together and take what we need. How about that? You can take what you need for something like this. Lorraine laughed and shook his head. No, we want both of them. Not one less. If you can part with it, I can tell you Qin Bei's whereabouts right now, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, our people just spoke to him on the phone and confirmed his coordinates. Lorraine's expression changed when he heard that. He first cursed Qin Bei for being so stupid. How did he get targeted by the KGB? But on second thought, Qin Bei's phone was specially made, and he had personally sent someone to deliver it to him. This high-tech phone couldn't be cracked by any current means. How did this Soviet man crack it? But then he thought about how Hu Xiaoheng was most likely backed by the KGB, and it was very likely that he was the KGB himself. Many diplomats were intelligence agents, and this was also a tacit secret between countries. Lorraine's pupils contracted again. Mr. Peter, are you really a diplomat? Aren't you from the KGB? Hua Xiaoheng also looked surprised. You already knew that we spoke to Qin Bei. Didn't you say that you spoke to him? Lorraine averted his gaze uncomfortably. But what I just said was that our people just spoke to him on the phone. If you only got the information from me, you wouldn't think that it was the KGB. I'm just a law-abiding diplomat, Hua Xiaoheng said with a faint smile. Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly. But you mentioned the KGB all of a sudden. That means that you know who called Qin Bei. No one else could come up with this reasoning. Lorraine glared at Hua Xiaoheng, neither admitting nor denying it. I don't care what your motives are, but don't even think about taking these two people away from me. Hua Xiaoheng clicked his tongue. You make it sound like you've already got them. Do you know where Qin Yaguang is? Where did Qin Bei move to? If you don't believe me, you can try calling his phone and see if you can still get through. Lorraine stared at Hua Xiaoheng suspiciously and dialed Qin Bei's number again. Just as Hua Xiaoheng said, Qin Bei's phone was turned off and he couldn't find any trace of him. This old bastard. Lorraine gritted his teeth and cursed. What the hell is he trying to do? What is he trying to do? Of course, it goes to the highest bidder. Hang it up and sell it. Hua Xiaoheng said meaningfully. He then took out his phone and played a recording of Qin Bei's call with the KGB to discuss terms with Lorraine. If you really want what I have, you should at least give me this amount and give me a legal identity in the United States. Also, send your people to protect the safety of my family for the next 100 years. Don't forget, Mr. Lorraine from America also wants what I have. He offered this amount. Lorraine. Qin Bei had everything going for him. The price he offered to the KGB was already several times higher than his own. It was almost half of the Lorraine family's wealth that they had accumulated over hundreds of years. If Lorraine's guess was correct, Qin Bei would soon return with the KGB's offer to negotiate with him. Lorraine's mind raced, but before he could make a decision, his phone rang. It was an unknown number with a text message. I'm Qin Bei. This is my new number. The phone you gave me accidentally fell into the bathtub. It's flooded and can't be used anymore. Lorraine was expressionless as he answered the phone in front of Hua Xiaoheng. As expected, Qin Bei was demanding an exorbitant price on the phone and offered Lorraine an even higher price. It was more than half of Lorraine's entire family's wealth. Lorraine's knuckles cracked. However, he didn't show it in his tone and said pleasantly, Okay, I'll think about it. Do you want to have your phone repaired? It's not safe to call me from another phone. Qin Bei laughed heartily and said, It's fine. I got someone to buy it for me. No one will know that I'm using it. He had bought it online anyway, so the person who bought it had nothing to do with them. They had gone through a lot of trouble to get it to him. Moreover, the phone was installed with a program to hide his IP address. No one would be able to locate him. Qin Bei finally felt safe. After putting down the phone, Lorraine's expression immediately changed. He extended his hand to Hua Xiaoheng. Let's get these two out of the country together. Then we'll study it together. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and shook hands with Qin Bei with a smile. Deal. This is the second update of the day, Chapter 1897, Who's the Big Boss? A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, so recommendation votes are especially important. P.S. Thank you to Wu Ai Tang for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1909. Lorraine also grasped Hua Xiaoheng's hand, her expression returning to normal. He smiled and said, Since we're working together, let's discuss how to get this father and daughter pair out. Originally, it was a bit difficult to rely on Lorraine's strength alone. Plus, the person he really wanted was Qin Yaguang. Moreover, He was not facing an ordinary person, but He Qingjian, who had the backing of the entire country, and He Zhichu. Hu Xiaoheng looked troubled and nodded. I also think it's a bit difficult to rely on our country's strength alone. Think about it, He Qingjian had a feud with Qin Yaoguang for killing his wife. How could he let her go? Yeah. Lorraine sighed. He had also watched the whole process of the trial. The subsequent development was really full of twists and turns. That amazing operation was really dazzling. I just don't understand. How did Gu Nianji get the surveillance video at the end? Lorraine slapped her forehead and slumped onto the sofa, no longer putting on airs. Even I can't find the exact address of Qin Yaoguang's secret laboratory. Hu Xiaoheng shrugged. Maybe the He father and son helped her. After all, she's fighting a lawsuit for He Qingjian's deceased wife. I don't need to explain the He family's power, right? Hu Xiaoheng's mixture of truth and falsehood had even frightened Lorraine. Furthermore, He Qingjian was indeed famous. Most people wouldn't dare to go against him. I see. Lorraine narrowed his blue eyes. Then what does Mr. Peter want to do? Hu Xiaoheng pretended to think about it. After a while, he said hesitantly, the cooperation between our two families depends on how sincere Mr. Lorraine is. Lorraine also pretended to think for a moment before saying, how about this, let's have Qin Bei hide in your Soviet embassy first. As you know, the embassy is equivalent to national territory. As long as he enters the embassy, the Huaxia Empire can't do anything to him. Even if He Qingjian was the head of state of a country, it wouldn't work. This was exactly what Hu Xiaoheng wanted, but he didn't agree right away. Instead, he said awkwardly, but if this is leaked, it will affect the diplomatic relationship between our country and the Huaxia Empire. It's not like you don't know that our country's diplomatic relations with China have always been very good. Lorraine grinned and said, is that so? I'm not sure about that. In his heart, he was actually saying, of course I know, that's why I want you to hide Qin Bei. If the Huaxia Empire didn't find out, everyone would be happy. If they found out, China and the Soviet Union would be the ones who would be affected. The US would have nothing to do with it. The United States was still a pure and innocent white lotus. Hu Xiaoheng's face darkened. Mr. Loring, this is not right. Have you ever seen a cooperation that only enjoys the rights but does not fulfill the obligations? Lorraine wasn't embarrassed that Hu Xiaoheng had seen through him. He laughed and said, sure, sure. Of course, you won't be the only one to bear the risk. How about this, Qin Bei will be taken in by your Soviet embassy, and I will get the American embassy to take in Qin Yaoguang. How about that? This way, they won't just enjoy their rights and not fulfill their obligations, right? Is that so? Then why don't our Soviet embassy take in Qin Yaoguang and your American embassy take in Qin Beiyoi? Wouldn't that be better? Hu Xiaoheng smiled faintly and tapped his hand on the coffee table in front of him. Moreover, you still have to rely on us to get Qin Yaoguang out. So it is happily decided. You. Lorraine was a little uncomfortable that Hu Xiaoheng wasn't willing to take any losses, but Hu Xiaoheng wasn't wrong. Lorraine couldn't get Qin Yaoguang out. He believed that if there was anyone in the world who could get Qin Yaoguang out from He Qingjian's hands, it would only be the KGB. Therefore, he couldn't refute Hu Xiaoheng's suggestion. However, he was still unwilling to give up and said, are you so sure that you'll be able to get her out? What if my people get Qin Yaoguang out? Are you sure? Hu Xiaoheng reached into his jacket pocket and took out a few photos. He threw them in front of Lorraine. These are the photos my people just took. Look at how they're watching Qin Yaoguang. Are you sure your people have the ability to get her out of this tight protection? Lorraine picked up the photo and looked at it. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Qin Yaoguang was wearing a white striped prison uniform. She was tied to a hospital bed with a few canvas straps that were 4 fingers wide. The hospital bed was surrounded by instruments. Slender tentacles stretched out and stuck to Qin Yaoguang's head, wrists, chest, and legs. What are they doing? Lorraine cried out in surprise. In fact, he was very familiar with this set of equipment. Qin Yaoguang's daughter, Wen Shui, was currently being studied under almost the same set of equipment. What else can they do? Hu Xiaoheng sneered and put away the photos. Of course they're doing experiments. He said meaningfully, you and I aren't the only ones who know the temptation of perfect genes. The people of the Huaxia Empire aren't idiots. If they don't research it themselves, why would they give it to you and me for nothing? Lorraine's expression became even more gloomy. If the Huaxia Empire really thought that way, then it meant that even his last resort, bribery, might be useless. Because compared to the perfect genes that could greatly improve a human's physique, money was really just a worldly possession. For those in the upper echelons, this was more important than any amount of money. In short, perfect genes were priceless. Those who could climb to the top were all good at weighing the pros and cons. Which was more important between priceless perfect genes and priceless money? They didn't have to choose at all. Lorraine gritted his teeth. How about this? Let's do it together. Whoever can get Qin Yaoguang out will enter their embassy. Are you sure you want to do this? Hu Xiaoheng's expression also turned cold. Then there's no need to cooperate. In such a tightly monitored place, you still want both of us to work together? Or do you want us to work separately? How much do you look down on the Huaxia Empire's security system? Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? Lorraine's eyes flickered. He was actually thinking that when the KGB of the Soviet Union and the Huaxia Empire's security system were at loggerheads, the American CIA elites would be able to take advantage of the situation. Peter, on the other hand, had once again seen through his tricks. This time, Hu Xiaoheng didn't tolerate it anymore. He stood up and said calmly, forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. I didn't come today, so I won't cooperate. I'll go back and make my own arrangements. Isn't it just a few more people dying? Compared to the perfect genes, the KGB can still afford this sacrifice. Hu Xiaoheng strode towards the door. Lorraine's expression changed. It wasn't until Hu Xiaoheng's hand was on the door handle and he was about to open the door that Lorraine said, Mr. Peter, please wait. Hu Xiaoheng said without turning his head, if you still want to cooperate with us and compete with us, then don't talk anymore. Of course not, cooperate and compete with us. Lorraine quickly stepped forward and pulled Hu Xiaoheng's sleeve back to sit down. Mr. Peter, don't be anxious. Let's discuss it properly. Seeing that Lorraine had given in, Hu Xiaoheng's expression softened a little. He said, okay, I still have the same condition. After Qin Yaoguang is taken out, she will enter the Soviet embassy first. Your American embassy will shelter Qin Bei and then transfer them out of the country separately. Lorraine nodded. Okay, I agree. But how do you plan on getting Qin Yaoguang out of the country? That's not an ordinary difficulty. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. That won't be difficult for us. Mr. Lorraine, do you still remember Dresden? Our people were the ones who got him out of the Huaxia Empire. The old way is to get Qin Yaoguang to Siberia first. Lorraine frowned. Siberia? That's in the Soviet Union. Yes, the far east of the Soviet Union. That place is sparsely populated, and there are virgin forests everywhere. Even the satellites in the sky can't monitor the situation on the ground. North of Siberia, through the Bering Strait, is Alaska in the United States. How is it? Is this route safe? Lorraine put her hands behind her back and paced around the room. She muttered to herself, in that case, we definitely can't use a plane to transport them away. Of course not. Hua Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. With the current level of security, can Qin Yaoguang get on the plane lying down? And Qin Bei. He's so old. If something happens to him on the plane, you'll be letting down your old friend. Lorraine pondered for a moment. I'll think about it and give you an answer tomorrow. You have to make a decision early. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. If we don't get an answer tomorrow, we'll do it ourselves. We won't wait for you. Hua Xiaoheng left the 5-star hotel where Lorraine was staying. He deliberately smoked a cigarette at the entrance of the hotel before getting into the car and leaving. As soon as he left, a car parked on the street opposite the entrance of the 5-star hotel also drove away. The driver in the car was calling Qin Bei. Sir, that Soviet just went to see Lorraine. Qin Bei had moved to another place to stay. He lived in a small courtyard not far from his previous residence. In fact, several houses in this area had been bought by him under different people's names. It could be said that the entire alley was his property, but it was owned by different people. Qin Bei received the call and snorted without any surprise. As I expected, they're all jackals of the same tribe. To be honest, he didn't really trust either of them. Sir, what should we do? Qin Bei's secretary asked carefully. Qin Bei nodded and walked around the room with his cane. He chuckled and said, "Don't do anything. Just wait and see." Early the next morning, Xia Qingying's new media company suddenly received a piece of news. It was said that the Lu Corporation, which was in charge of network security for the Qin family's private hospital group, had committed fraud. They had installed a Trojan horse backdoor on the Qin family's private hospital group's computer and stolen a lot of internal information from the Qin family's private hospital group. Normally, most of this kind of news was sensational, and Xia Qingying would not do anything. But this time, she found that the other party's news was not a one-sentence news. It was reasonable and well-founded. There were also many screenshots from the inside, showing that the Lu Corporation's security system had really stolen the other party's internal information. Moreover, the Lu Corporation had indeed signed a cooperation agreement with the Qin family's private hospital group last year. The Qin family's private hospital group had even moved their servers to the Lu Corporation building in Sea City. These were all news that could be checked. After careful consideration and verification, Xia Qingying still posted the news online. Within a day, the Lu Corporation's stock price plummeted. It ended its 300-day upward trend and fell to the limit for the first time. This was today's first update, Chapter 1898, Each Show Your Prowess. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes: there would be a second update at 8:00 in the evening. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1910. After the trial, Gu Nianji had exhausted too much energy, so she stayed at home to recuperate. She didn't wake up until almost noon every day. After waking up, she went to Lu Yuan's apartment for brunch. Then, she took out her iPad and scrolled through social media to watch dramas and read novels. Her days were leisurely and carefree. That day, she went to Lu Yuan's apartment and found that Lu Yuan and Lu Jin weren't there. It was very strange. However, all the food she liked to eat in the kitchen was ready and neatly arranged on the small dining table in the kitchen. She brought it to the dining table and took out her phone to check her daily life. Every day as an online child started by scrolling through her social media. When she opened her social media, she saw a piece of news flooding the screen. Hashtag the Lu Corporation stock has plummeted. Hashtag the Lu Corporation is embezzling. Hashtag the Lu Corporation really installed a Trojan backdoor for those companies. Hashtag. Almost all the screens were filled with negative news about the Lu Corporation. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She didn't even have time to eat her brunch. She quickly began to search for what was going on. In the end, she found out that the hot news on the internet had started from Xie Qingying's new media. There was a headline news there about the dispute between the Lu Corporation and the Qin Corporation's private hospital group. Gu Nianji saw that it was related to the Qin Corporation's private hospital group, so she couldn't help but be angry. What was Xie Qingying's motive at this time? Although the article was well-founded and well-written, Gu Nianji was still unhappy. When Xie Qingying published this headline news, did she ask Lu Yuan or Lu Jin to verify it? She wouldn't just listen to one side of the evidence, would she? She quickly stood up and went to Lu Jin's apartment to look for him. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin were indeed in Lu Jin's apartment. Lu Jin's apartment had the best experimental equipment and the most powerful computer. If it was related to the computer network, Lu Jin would definitely be the right person to look for. Gu Nianji went straight into Lu Jin's laboratory. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin were indeed there. The two of them were sitting in front of the main control computer in the laboratory, discussing something. Gu Nianji knocked on the door. Lu Yuan said without turning his head, "Is it Nianji? Brunch is in my kitchen. You can go eat by yourself. Uncle and your father have something to do, so they can't accompany you for brunch today." Gu Nianji was so angry that she laughed. She walked over and said, "President Lu, in your heart, I'm a foodie, right?" Lu Yuan and Lu Jin turned around and looked at her with a smile. Gu Nianji saw the computers in front of them. The screen in front of Lu Yuan displayed a stock market graph, while the screen in front of Lu Jin displayed a computer program language. It was obvious that the two of them were working on different tasks. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and sat down beside them. She rested her chin on her hands and leaned forward to look at the two screens across from her. She complained, "Who's so wicked? Why did you change the topic at this critical juncture?" Qin Yaguang's case had not been officially announced, and Qin Bei was still wanted. Everyone was originally hating the Qin Corporation's private hospital, but suddenly, they had become the victims. This rhythm was really like the wind. Lu Yuan smiled. "That's a different matter. We haven't paid attention to the company's matters for a long time. It's inevitable that something went wrong." Lu Jin said, "Actually, the network security system involves the backdoor of the computer system." Which operating system doesn't have a backdoor? The network security system is to protect the backdoor. Someone changed the concept. But Lu Jin continued and frowned. "Someone in our company does seem to be downloading important financial news from the Qin Corporation's private hospital's intranet." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She knew that Lu Jin had hacked into the Qin Corporation's intranet system to look up the history of the Qin family's fortune. He wanted to see if there was any inside information that had been covered up. But he didn't find anything. She believed that with Lu Jin's ability, no one would be able to detect it. But what about the other people in the Lu Corporation? Gu Nianji put down her arm and straightened up. She asked curiously, "Did you find out? Is it really related to the Lu Corporation?" Lu Jin nodded reluctantly. "From the path, it did enter the other party's internet system from our company's IP address." Lu Yuan took advantage of the plunge in the Lu Corporation's stock price and said in a low voice, "I think someone set it up. Your father and I haven't been at the company recently. The company has hired a group of new people. There's probably a mole in there." Gu Nianji felt very guilty when she heard this. It was all because of her that Lu Yuan and Lu Jin had put down so many years of hard work to come to the imperial capital to accompany her. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled. "CEO Lu, Dad, you guys go ahead. I'm going to eat." She got up and left. Behind her, she heard Lu Yuan and Lu Jin's phones ring. The executives, shareholders, and board members of the Lu Corporation were calling them one after another. When she returned to the dining room, Gu Nianji had no appetite at all. She picked up a soup bun with her chopsticks and ate it while scrolling through social media on her phone. At that moment, she realized that another topic had already started to flood the screen. Hashtag the president of the Lu Corporation has been missing for several days. It's rumored that he has absconded with the money. Hashtag the mysterious major shareholder of the Lu Corporation, self-taught, arrogant, surly, often rude, and harassing employees. Hashtag the Lu Corporation suppresses its peers and uses unfair competition methods to defeat many competitors. Hashtag. The second wave of news came aggressively and had no basis in fact, but it spread even faster than the headline news, from Xie Qingying's company. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes. As expected, it was premeditated. Using Xie Qingying's company as a gun, they first released factual news to suppress the Lu Corporation stock, and then used a wave of eye-catching rumors to directly attack the president and major shareholders of the Lu Corporation. This was the rhythm of completely destroying the Lu Corporation. Gu Nianji snorted, picked up her phone, and dialed Xie Qingying's number. She had no contact with this number anymore. Xie Qingying was in her office following up on the headlines she had released. She was also very concerned about the hot news that had just appeared. She was arranging for her employees to follow up on it, and at the same time, she was contacting the management of the Lu Corporation to get them to refute the rumors in time. By the time she saw the missed call on her phone, 10 minutes had passed. Xie Qingying quickly called back and asked with a smile, "Cousin Nianji, is that you? What's the matter? I see you've made several calls." Gu Nianji had been wondering if Xie Qingying had deliberately not picked up her call, but on second thought, Xie Qingying was so busy, and she had caught up with the hot news related to their company, so she must have been even more unable to get away. Now that she had called back personally, Gu Nianji stopped guessing and went straight to the point. "Cousin Xie, I want to ask you something. Can you tell me the source of the recent headline news? I mean, how did the other party expose it to you?" Xie Qingying hesitated for a moment and said, "This is a secret between me and the person who exposed it. I can't tell you, but I actually don't know who he is. This person submitted it anonymously." Gu Nianji, how dare you use anonymous things? Aren't you afraid that the Lu Corporation will sue your company for spreading rumors? Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. Xie Qingying shouldn't be such a careless person, right? Xie Qingying thought that Gu Nianji was concerned about her, so she quickly smiled and said, "No, we received the news and investigated it. We confirmed that the data and screenshots he sent were real. We also consulted computer network security experts and the government's network security office. They all said that the Lu Corporation was indeed in the wrong." Gu Nianji had just heard from Lu Yuan that the Lu Corporation had recently recruited a group of new people and that a mole had appeared. From the perspective of doing business, it was understandable for Xie Qingying to do so. Gu Nianji's eyes dimmed, and she asked in a low voice, "Then have you asked the president and major shareholder of the Lu Corporation about it? If it was just an individual in the Lu Corporation who had done something illegal, the Lu Corporation would have severely punished them and given the customer an explanation. How could they have just published it as headline news?" Xie Qingying smiled. "That's my job. But Nianji, why are you so concerned about the Lu Corporation? Are you very familiar with their president, Lu Yuan?" Gu Nianji thought to herself, "Of course I'm familiar with him. Not only are we close, we're relatives, but she just can't say that." Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and said, "It's not that I'm familiar with President Lu, but this concerns my personal interests." "It concerns your personal interests?" Xie Qingying laughed. "Are you a shareholder of the Lu Corporation? Or do you own their shares?" Gu Nianji said seriously, "To be precise, the Lu Corporation is our client. I'm a partner of the Gene Corporation law firm, and the Lu Corporation is our law firm's big client. They're our bread and butter." Don't you think I'm anxious? A partner of the Jean Corporation law firm. Xie Qingying was stunned. The Jean Corporation law firm that's ranked third in the imperial capital? It was also the Jean Corporation law firm that Qin Bei had hired for Qin Yaoguang's defense lawyer, Lu Onping, as a partner. She quickly went to the official website of the Jean Corporation law firm to look up their partner, but after searching for a long time, she couldn't find Gu Nianji's name. Xie Qingying asked carefully, Nianji, are you sure you're not mistaken? Your name isn't on the official website of the Jean Corporation law firm. Gu Nianji immediately understood that Xie Qingying had misunderstood. She smiled and said, it's not the Jean Corporation law firm in the imperial capital. That law firm is rich and overbearing. How could I be their partner? The Jean Corporation law firm I'm talking about is a small law firm in Sea City, so nothing can happen to the Lu Corporation. If our only big client falls, are you going to leave us with nothing? Of course not. If the Lu Corporation really falls, I'll give our company's business to your law firm. Xie Qingying smiled and said, Cousin Nianji, you're so powerful. Even the Jean Corporation law firm in the imperial capital would welcome you if you wanted to be a partner. Gu Nianji still had a family behind her. The Jean Corporation law firm in the imperial capital wasn't stupid. No matter how young she was, as long as she wanted to be a partner of the Jean Corporation law firm in the imperial capital, she could do it. Moreover, her business ability was also one of the best. Gu Nianji had wanted to go to the Jean Corporation law firm in the imperial capital, but because of Qin Yaoguang, these law firms didn't dare to take her in. In the end, it was Jin Dazhuang in Sea City who took her in. Gu Nianji remembered this timely friendship. Of course, she wouldn't abandon a friend she had made when she was in trouble. Gu Nianji smiled and rejected Xie Qingying's suggestion. That's not good. I have my own law firm. Why should I go to someone else's law firm? By the way, Cousin Xie, I think you should take down your company's headline news. I feel like something's wrong. Someone is using you as a gun. Xie Qingying felt a little uncomfortable. She was just doing the news according to her own principles. As long as it wasn't fake news, why would she withdraw it? Besides, Gu Nianji was paying too much attention to the Lu Corporation. Moreover, the apartment that Gu Nianji was currently living in seemed to be related to the Lu Corporation. Xie Qingying frowned slightly and said seriously, Cousin Nianji, I've always been impartial in my work. If the Lu Corporation thinks that my news is wrong, they can contact me directly and provide evidence. I can publish another headline news. I don't know if you've seen the specific content of the news. At the end, I repeatedly said that I would contact the executives of the Lu Corporation, but the executives of the Lu Corporation never replied. There's nothing I can do. Gu Nianji thought to herself that the two giants of the Lu Corporation were having a meeting in the apartment next door. She also wanted to do something for Lu Yuan and Lu Jin. On second thought, she said, Cousin Xie, are you free? Shall we have afternoon tea together? This was today's second chapter, chapter 1899, Rhythm Turns Like the Wind. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1911. Xie Qingying looked at her watch. It was almost time for lunch. She smiled and nodded. There's no need for afternoon tea. I'm about to go for lunch. How about we have a lunch date? Gu Nianji quickly agreed. Then where are we going to eat? Where are you now? Xie Qingying tidied up her desk and picked up her bag. She gave a few instructions to the secretary at the door and walked out of her office. Gu Nianji said, I don't have anything to do now, so I'm more free. I picked a Hong Kong hotel near you. I heard that the lunch and work meals there are good. It's suitable for a media upstart like you. Xie Qingying walked to the elevator, her high heels clacking in the corridor. Cousin Nianji, you really know how to talk. I can't afford to be a nouveau riche, but this is a place I often go to. The lunch there is very good. She immediately nodded and agreed. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Gu Nianji smiled and said, you don't have to be so early. I might be a little late, about 15 minutes. Okay then, I'll go and reserve a seat to order first. That place is very popular at noon. As Xie Qingying spoke, she called the waiter she was familiar with and booked 2 seats. When she went down from the 18th floor, there were 2 men in suits and leather shoes in the elevator. Xie Qingying didn't mind. She looked down at her phone and said to Gu Nianji, I only have an hour for lunch at noon. Is that enough? She knew very well that Gu Nianji wouldn't come to her for no reason. She must have something to talk to her about today. Gu Nianji felt that it was enough. If they could come to an agreement, 10 minutes would be enough. If they couldn't, it would be useless to drag Xie Qingying around 24 hours a day. She nodded and said, okay, no problem. Gu Nianji took the car keys and packed her things to go out. She sent a text message to Lu Yuan and Lu Jin saying that she had asked Xie Qingying out for dinner. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin looked at each other and smiled. This little girl still said she wasn't a foodie. Lu Jin turned on another screen. A detailed map of the imperial capital appeared on the screen. A red dot the size of a pin appeared on the screen. Gu Nianji's cute face was on the red dot. Lu Jin looked at the face and smiled in satisfaction. Lu Yuan's lips twitched. This is the imperial capital. You don't have to be so nervous. Even if we don't make a move, why do you think we're weak? Lu Jin thought for a moment. He's him, and I'm me. I can't put all my hopes of protecting my daughter on someone else. Lu Yuan glared at him. Then don't look for me when something happens. Lu Jin said without hesitation, you're not someone else. Nianji didn't call you uncle for nothing. It was rare for Lu Yuan not to retort. Instead, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a warm and serious smile. Gu Nianji took the car from the underground parking lot and stepped on the gas pedal. She quickly left the apartment complex and headed in the direction of the hotel in Hong Kong. At noon, there weren't many cars on the road. She was lucky. The traffic lights were green all the way. Soon, she arrived at the front desk of the Hong Kong Island Hotel. Gu Nianji said that she was looking for Miss Xia to make a reservation. The receptionist quickly led her to Xie Qingying's table. The Hong Kong hotel was indeed very popular, especially for lunch, which was basically full. It seemed that Xie Qingying had a very good relationship with this hotel, so she was able to book 2 excellent seats in such a short period of time. The corner of the hall faced a glass window, but it was surrounded by a small and elegant bamboo screen, which allowed for relative privacy. Seeing that Gu Nianji had arrived, Xie Qingying smiled and waved at her. This way. Gu Nianji also waved and walked over quickly. Cousin Xie, you've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? I'm fine. Xie Qingying smiled and handed the menu to her. The luo hanjai here is very famous. It has shiitake mushrooms and fungus from the northeast, mushrooms from Inner Mongolia, hollandaise beans from Thailand, and celery from the Mediterranean. The ingredients are especially fresh. They're flown in every day, and the supply is very small. I made the decision to order one for you. What other dishes would you like to order? Gu Nianji heard Xie Qingying's words and realized that she was also a foodie. She smiled and listened to her suggestion. The luo hanjai is fine. I just had an early lunch, so I'm not very hungry yet. Xie Qingying replied, oh, you can have a good rest now. Gu Nianji nodded. Soon, the luo hanjai was ready and served. Gu Nianji only took one bite and knew that her trip was worth it. The luo hanjai was a vegetarian dish, but it tasted especially delicious. It probably had something to do with the hotel's careful selection of ingredients. Gu Nianji finished half of the plate of luo han vegetarian dishes and took a sip of water before putting down her chopsticks and getting to the point. Cousin Xia, I came to look for you today because I wanted to ask you about the Lu Corporation and the Qin Corporation's private hospital. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with this information? Xie Qingying smiled. How can there be nothing wrong with it? Is there a pure and flawless expose in this world? She took a tissue from the dining table and pursed her lips. She picked up her grape juice and took a sip. She said, Nianji, you're a lawyer. Don't you think your question is very unprofessional? Gu Nianji pursed her lips. I'm not in the new media business. My profession isn't in this. Okay, I was wrong. Xie Qingying held her grape juice like she was holding a glass of red wine. She leaned back in her seat elegantly. The noon sun shone in through the window, and one could see the shadow of her straight nose on her cheek. Her nose was very similar to Gu Nianji's. They were both the noses of the Gu family. Gu Nianji shrugged nonchalantly and continued to ask, You knew there was a problem, but you still exposed it. What do you mean? Xie Qingying put down the grape juice and clasped her hands on the small dining table. She looked at Gu Nianji and said slowly, First of all, there's nothing wrong with this person's expose. What's wrong is his motive. Second of all, as a new media practitioner, seizing on hot news is our foundation. Do you think I can let go of such news? But you knew there was something wrong with his motive, yet you still exposed his expose. Gu Nianji was even more confused. Aren't you worried that young Master He and General He won't be happy? Xie Qingying raised an eyebrow. There are two parties involved in this expose. One is the Qin Private Hospital Group, and the other is the Lu Corporation. As a listed company, the Qin Private Hospital Group is an independent economic legal person. It's different from Qin Bei, who's a major shareholder, and Qin Yaoguang, who was once the director of the group. And the Lu Corporation has nothing to do with the He family at all. Besides, young Master He and General He aren't people who can't distinguish between public and private interests. Qin Bei and Qin Yaoguang are the ones who have a grudge with them, not the Qin Private Hospital Group. So why are they unhappy because of this expose? Gu Nianji smiled bitterly in her heart. Of course she knew, that's why she kept insisting that the Lu Corporation was her big client. Xie Qingying didn't let her go. She continued to ask, Nianji, I really don't understand. Is it really because the Lu Corporation is the major shareholder of your law firm that you care so much about? But this news will divert the current hot news and make everyone sympathize with the Qin Private Hospital. Gu Nianji could only explain it this way. It's not like you don't know why I worked so hard to fight the lawsuit for Qin Suan, right? Xie Qingying said aloofly, even without this news, how long do you think the previous hot news would last? People's memories are always short. The online society itself is made up of wave after wave of hot news. If I don't expose it, others will. You don't think I can hide the truth with one hand, do you? Was it easy for her new media company to grow from nothing to its current scale? Most of the time, she was walking a tightrope. She had to strive for truth in the report, but she had to be extremely effective and attract people's attention. If she didn't expose the other party, someone else would naturally take over. At that time, watching someone else's company develop rapidly, would she be willing to be squeezed out? Yes, the hot news will eventually pass. I don't expect the heat brought about by the public trial to last forever. Gu Nianji tried her best to persuade Xie Qingying. But I didn't expect the first person to stand up and change the hot news to be you. Yes, the Lu Corporation has nothing to do with the He family, but what about the Qin private hospital? There's nothing wrong with the Qin private hospital itself. It has the status of an independent economic legal person, but it's the backing of Qin Yaoguang and Qin Bei. Do you really think that a human's feelings and likes can be as clear as a robot's? Gu Nianji was just short of saying that He Qingjian wouldn't distinguish between public and private for anything related to He Zhichu and Qin Suwen. Xie Qingying naturally didn't know the He father and son as well as Gu Nianji did. She understood what Gu Nianji was implying. After a moment of silence, she said, I understand what you mean, but this is my job. I didn't mean to change the hot topic. I just saw a new hot topic appear, so I quickly grabbed its tail. This is already a professional instinct for me. Xie Qingying looked up at Gu Nianji and continued, just like how you can catch any loophole in the other party's case in court, I'm also naturally good at catching hot topics in my own field. Even if this hot topic might have some adverse effects on me, to me, catching it first is more important than anything else. As for the consequences in the future, that's something to consider in the future. Just like this time, she had caught this hot topic because the Qin private hospital group was involved. She knew that not only would she be able to ride on the popularity of the world's live broadcast of the trial, but she would also be able to greatly increase her company's performance. In fact, her company had been increasing its fans recently. It was about to break through the 10 million mark and enter the 100 million fan club. From the looks of it, she already had the capital and scale to compete with the traditional media. She couldn't, and she didn't want to give up this opportunity. When Xie Qingying said this, Gu Nianji had a good impression of her. She knew very well that she wasn't the same kind of person as Xie Qingying, and she didn't like her, but that didn't stop her from appreciating her professionalism. Just like her, this woman viewed her career as very important. But what if your actions affect your marriage to the He family? Gu Nianji asked with a smile. She wanted to know if Xie Qingying had thought through the consequences of this matter. Xie Qingying looked away and looked out the window at the street view. After a while, she said, I don't know. I don't even know if I'll regret it in the future, but right now, I don't. It's good that you've thought it through. Gu Nianji stood up and waved for the waiter to come over. She handed her credit card to him. Bill, thank you. The waiter took her credit card to pay the bill. After the waiter returned her credit card, Gu Nianji asked Xie Qingying with a smile, can you send me the information you received? I'm talking about the original information, not the headlines you wrote later. Xie Qingying hesitated for a moment and said, the other party sent the package by express delivery, not by email. I scanned the entire information. Do you want a copy of the scan? Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. It's actually a package by express delivery. That's great. Can I see the original? Sure, Xie Qingying replied readily. My company isn't far from here. Do you want to go? Sure, I haven't been to Cousin Xie's company yet. Gu Nianji said with a smile. She picked up her small bag and followed Xie Qingying out of the Hong Kong Island Hotel. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1900, You Don't Go to the Temple for No Reason. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes today was the third update. The second update would be at 1 in the afternoon. There would be the third update at 8 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to Wu Ai Tang for the 20,000 Qidian coins yesterday and the day before. Thank you to Old Z2 for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1912. Gu Nianji and Xie Qingying both drove over, and Xie Qingying's company was indeed very close, so it didn't take long for them to arrive at Xie Qingying's company. Gu Nianji got out of the car and squinted at the skyscraper. It looked like there were about 50 floors. My company is on the 18th floor. Xie Qingying led Gu Nianji into the elevator. Ha! Anyone can get on the elevator here? Gu Nianji asked curiously. She noticed that Xie Qingying didn't swipe her card. Xie Qingying pressed the 18th floor and said, "Normally, you need a card to swipe the elevator floor, but the elevator seems to be broken recently, so you can go up without a card. The property management is currently repairing it, but they can only do it after we get off work. They can't care so much when we're at work." This kind of thing was common. Having an elevator was always better than taking the stairs, not to mention there were more than 50 floors. The elevator quickly ascended and took them to the 18th floor. Coming out of the elevator, Gu Nianji saw that it was in the middle of the floor. The left and right sides of the elevator were office areas. 2 transparent glass doors blocked off the left and right areas. Xie Qingying led Gu Nianji to the left and pushed open the glass door. She smiled and said, "That's my company. Our company isn't big, but it's growing well. We recently hired a few people." Gu Nianji cupped her hands. "Congratulations. Cousin Xie is so capable." She had originally thought that Xie Qingying was able to thrive in the new media industry mostly because of the Xie family and her uncle, Prime Minister Xie Beiqin. But now, it seemed that her own abilities weren't to be underestimated. Perhaps her starting point was higher than ordinary people, but compared to people in her class, there were very few people who could achieve what she had. "You're too kind." Xie Qingying nodded with a smile. "Compared to you, I'm nothing." Xie Qingying used to think that Gu Nianji was able to become a lawyer at such a young age because of the He family's influence. But after watching her in court a few times, she changed her opinion of her. However, she still kept her distance from Gu Nianji and didn't want Gu Nianji to appear by He Jichu's side often. Both of them put on professional smiles and walked into Xie Qingying's new media company. It was a new industry after all. The name, Qingying Online Media Company, Limited, was printed in gold on the gray tile wall at the entrance. Behind the transparent glass door was a mahogany reception desk. A beautiful girl was sitting in the back, talking on the phone. Seeing that Xie Qingying had come in, she quickly covered the phone with her hand and said to her, "President Xie, a few TV stations want to make an appointment with you to talk about working together on a show." Xie Qingying stopped at the front desk and said, "Contact my secretary and see if I'm free in the next few days." The receptionist quickly agreed and stole a glance at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji smiled politely at her. The receptionist was a little embarrassed. She picked up the chocolate bowl on the front desk and handed it to Gu Nianji. "This chocolate is pretty good." Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. "I don't eat sweets, thank you." Xie Qingying turned around and smiled. "This is my cousin." The receptionist felt that Gu Nianji looked very familiar. After she followed Xie Qingying in, the receptionist slapped her head and said to herself, "Isn't this Lawyer Gu? I watched the live broadcast on TV a few days ago." She quickly picked up her phone excitedly and took a photo of Gu Nianji's back. The photo happened to capture both Gu Nianji and Xie Qingying's backs. Neither of them were short. Gu Nianji was taller and slender than Xie Qingying, while Xie Qingying was more voluptuous and mature. Their backs were very pleasing to the eye. The receptionist posted the photo on Weibo. #so excited. Lawyer Gu, who was in the limelight a few days ago, came to our company #our boss is so amazing. To think that Lawyer Gu was her cousin. Soon, the photo was discovered by someone who was observant and immediately reposted. Because the receptionist's photo had a GPS tag, many people also knew where Gu Nianji was now. Gu Nianji and Xie Qingying walked into her company. Xie Qingying's company was located in a rectangular area. The deeper they went, the quieter it became. Xie Qingying explained, "Because we're in the new media business, the live broadcast rooms are all located in the center. It's quieter this way. Even if the soundproofing isn't good, it won't affect the live broadcast. There were 4 live broadcast rooms here. As she spoke, she led Gu Nianji into their most luxurious live broadcast room. This is my news broadcast room. Xie Qingying walked to the anchor's seat and turned on the room's lights. The lights poured down from the roof like a waterfall. The light was bright, but not dazzling. When it shone on a person's face, not only was it extremely clear, but it also had a soft effect, as if it had automatically added a beauty filter. From the TV monitor, her skin was flawless, but it wasn't the effect of a normal beauty camera that made her look like a dummy. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. Cousin Xia, this set of lights is the most expensive equipment in the entire live broadcast room, right? Smart. Xie Qingying snapped her fingers and said with a smile, for people like us in the new media business, beauty is justice. Also, there's not enough news, so we have to make up for it with beauty. This bowl of rice isn't delicious. Gu Nianji was amused by her. The 2 of them chatted for a while before Xie Qingying led her out of the live broadcast room and back to her office. Xie Qingying's office was next to the live broadcast area. Here, this is the information I received. Xie Qingying placed a courier package in front of Gu Nianji. Take a look for yourself. I still have some work to do, so I won't be accompanying you. Cousin Xie, go ahead. Gu Nianji quickly waved her hand. I'll take a look myself. Xie Qingying went to the conference room for a meeting. Gu Nianji was alone in her office, looking through the information in the courier package. It could be seen that the other party was trying his best to hide his identity, so he only used the most common A4 paper and the most common black and white ink. There were a lot of fingerprints on the paper. Xie Qingying and the people in her company had probably come into contact with it. It was probably impossible to find the fingerprints of the informant on the paper. Gu Nianji also carefully searched the courier package, but she didn't find any useful information. She frowned, took out her phone, and took photos of the inside and outside of the package. She planned to take it back and show it to Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan. They were in this line of work, so they might be able to see something different. After taking photos of the package, Gu Nianji put on the plastic gloves she had prepared earlier and picked up the document to read it carefully. The entire exposé was more than 100 pages long, and the content was very detailed. Gu Nianji only read a dozen pages before she understood why Xie Qingying had organized it and published it as the headline news. Because this evidence was too sufficient. She pondered it for a moment and remembered what Xie Qingying had said. There was no problem with the information, but there must be a problem with the motive of the informant. So what was the motive of the informant? Gu Nianji continued to read. After an unknown period of time, Gu Nianji's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Lu Jin. She quickly answered the call. Hello, what's the matter? Lu Jin smiled and said, I'm going to a press conference with Boss Lu to answer questions from reporters about the Qin Corporation's data leak. Where are you now? Do you want to come over and play? Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. During this time, Xie Qingying hadn't returned to the office. She was really busy. Gu Nianji grimaced and said to Lu Jin, I've been at Cousin Xie's company all afternoon. I'm leaving too. Where are you guys? Lu Jin said, the press conference is at the Hilton Hotel on the 4th Ring Road. It looks like you won't make it in time. Gu Nianji was on the north side of the 3rd Ring Road, but the Hilton Hotel that Lu Jin mentioned was on the southwest side of the 4th Ring Road. It almost ran through the entire imperial capital. Moreover, it was almost time to get off work, so one could imagine how crowded it would be. Gu Nianji said regretfully, then I won't go. I'll go home first. By the way, is there any food at home? I'll see if I want to eat out, or... I asked Boss Lou to make some small wontons for you. They're in the fridge. You can cook them in boiling water when you get back. Lu Ji nagged her about the precautions, afraid that Gu Nianji would accidentally burn down the kitchen again. Gu Nianji. I know how to boil water. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and looked at the oval mirror on the opposite wall. In the mirror, Gu Nianji revealed a little expression of me and my last stubbornness. She couldn't help laughing. After hanging up the phone, the door to Xie Qingying's office was quietly pushed open. A very elegant man in a well-tailored suit and gold-rimmed glasses stood at the door and asked softly, "May I ask if you're Gu Nianji's lawyer?" Gu Nianji nodded. "I am. May I ask who you are?" The man put his hand into his pocket, and Gu Nianji suddenly became alert. "What are you doing?" Before the man could speak, two more men appeared behind him and held his arms. "Sir, what are you doing?" The man turned around in surprise and saw two men dressed very ordinarily. They had crew cuts, but their eyes were bright. It was obvious that they weren't ordinary people. "Who are you?" The man frowned. "Let go of me. I'm President Xie's director." The two of them looked at each other, then poked their heads into the room and said to Gu Nianji, "Miss Gu, we're young Master He's people." Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. So they were the people He Zhichu had sent to secretly protect her. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. "It's you guys. Come in and have a seat." She then said to the male director, "It's a misunderstanding. What can I do for you?" The male director said unhappily, "President Xie remembered that Miss Gu is still here, so he sent me to ask you what you want for dinner. We're going to order a working meal later." Gu Nianji quickly said, "No need. I'll leave right away." She sealed the package as it was and said, "Where's your President Xie? I have to return this to her myself." The male director nodded. "I'll go get President Xie." He turned around and walked away from the two men. As he passed by them, he snorted softly. Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. She put the package back into the drawer that Xie Qingying had just pulled out and pulled out the key. Just as she was about to leave, the room went dark. The power went out. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1901, Me and My Last Stubbornness. The first update of the 100,000 Qidian coins given to the leader of the General Alliance, I am Master Rashi, April, has arrived. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It seems to be the end of the month again. There will be the third update at 8 p.m. Mwah, all the big bosses and little angels. Chapter 1913. Gu Nianji blinked, and her eyes quickly adapted to the dim light. She looked at her watch. It was still 15 minutes to 5, and it should still be bright outside. Xie Qingying's office was hung with a thin curtain, so it was a little dark. She quickly said, "Why is the power out? Let's go." The three of them walked towards the entrance of Xie Qingying's company. It wasn't even time to get off work, but it was frighteningly quiet here. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and she said, "Where's Miss Xie? Which of you will go look for her?" The two people following her said, "Miss Gu, our orders were to protect Miss Gu's safety." What they meant was that Xie Qingying wasn't their concern, so they wouldn't look for her. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. "But I'm safe now. Aren't you going to see Miss Xie? I feel like something's wrong." The two of them looked at each other and said, "We also feel that something's wrong, so we came to look for you." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. "What did you say? What's the problem?" The uneasiness in her heart grew. "We were supposed to protect you in secret, but after you entered Miss Xie's company, we realized that your location had disappeared. That's why we showed up." Gu Nianji's heart sank. Is there an electromagnetic shield here? The two of them quickly took out their phones to check. There's no signal. Looks like there really is an electromagnetic shield. Gu Nianji's phone had been specially made for her by Lu Jin, so she wasn't afraid of electromagnetic shields. She quickly swiped open her phone and called Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, Hua Xiaoheng, and He Zhichu. At that moment, she suddenly heard a muffled bang from the corridor. It was as if thunder had exploded in a narrow space. The sound wave vibrated faintly, and even the floor seemed to be shaking slightly. Gu Nianji was a little unsteady on her feet, and the two of them quickly held her arms on both sides. However, they only held her for a moment before separating. They were very careful. Gu Nianji quickly steadied herself. She looked down at her phone and realized that it was out of battery. Her expression instantly turned ugly, and she said in surprise, "Why is it out of battery? There was still 90% battery just now." A dead phone was a killer. Even though Lu Jin's special phone was not afraid of ordinary electromagnetic shields, it could not withstand a dead phone. But why did it suddenly run out of battery? The other two also took out their phones and looked at it. Their cell phones were also useless. These two men were more knowledgeable than Gu Nianji. Thinking back to the muffled sound they had just heard, they came to a realization. The man on Gu Nianji's left blurted out, "There's an XM-40 magnetic storm grenade gun here." Gu Nianji, yes, this gun is equipped with the XM-40 CDTE system, which is a single-soldier semi-automatic magnetic storm system. Not only is its lethality comparable to a small laser cannon, but it can also paralyze all electromagnetic and radio shortwave communication systems within 10 miles. It also has the function of shielding counterfactual quantum communication. One shot could block all electromagnetic and shortwave communications within 10 miles. In other words, it could also interfere with all network signals. Simply put, one shot could cut off the network and power. Gu Nianji didn't understand the meaning of counterfactual quantum communication for a moment, but she understood the function of this weapon to cut off the network and power with one shot. Also, what the hell does it mean that its lethality is comparable to a small laser cannon? Let's go. The man on Gu Nianji's right came back to his senses. He grabbed Gu Nianji's arm and ran towards the door. The two of them were in front of Gu Nianji and behind her, blocking Gu Nianji in the middle. However, before they could reach the door, a man in a suit and leather shoes dashed out of a room and raised his hand to shoot. The man in front of Gu Nianji could have dodged, but when he thought of Gu Nianji behind him, he endured it and immediately raised his hand to return fire. Both of them were shot at the same time and fell to the ground with a scream. The man behind Gu Nianji saw that the situation was bad and immediately pulled Gu Nianji back. They ran in the direction of Xie Qingying's company's live broadcast room, which was also the innermost room. Gu Nianji thought of the person who had just fallen and felt very sad. She said to the man holding her, "Sir, if something happens later, you have to run out yourself. You don't have to take the bullet for me anymore." The man didn't even look back. He quickly pulled her open the door to the innermost live broadcast room and said, "We were ordered to protect Miss Gu at all costs. Even if we have to sacrifice ourselves." Gu Nianji said in a low voice, "Listen to me. This time, the people should be targeting me. They won't want to kill me. They won't even touch a hair on my head. If the other party's target was really her, then they must be after the perfect genes." However, she had already been cleared of the perfect genes label in the trial a few days ago. Who would still be after her? Lorraine. Wasn't he busy getting Qin Yaoguang out? Hua Xiaoheng had been making arrangements outside these past few days, preparing to lure them into the trap. If it wasn't Lorraine, then who could it be? Gu Nianji's mind raced and she suddenly thought of someone. Qin Bei. Only him. If there was one person in this world who wouldn't be fooled by the video of the trial that day, it was Qin Bei. Gu Nianji said hatefully. I know who ordered it. If you have the chance, you must run out and report it yourself. It's Qin Bei. He still hasn't given up and wants to kidnap me. She had thought that this old man was already a stray dog who had been chased by He Qingjian's inescapable net. She hadn't expected him to have such a trick up his sleeve. She had really underestimated him. The man beside Gu Nianji was unmoved. He said, Miss Gu, we only listen to young master He's orders. If young master He doesn't say anything, I won't leave you. Gu Nianji stared at this person and didn't know what to say. The live stream room became even darker. She couldn't see anything at all. The man dragged Gu Nianji in and found the location of the window based on his instinctive sense of direction. He wanted to open the window, but the window was welded tightly. Gu Nianji said in a low voice, Don't waste your energy. This is the live stream room. The window definitely won't be open. Then what should we do? Wait. If you don't go out, we can only wait for death. Gu Nianji said disapprovingly, Why don't we rush out together? The man hesitated for a moment and said, Do you really think they won't hurt you? It's true that they want to catch me, but they won't hurt me, Gu Nianji said with certainty. Gu Nianji said confidently that her confidence and courage came from the small, silent gun in her bag for self-defense. Thankfully, this pistol was mechanically driven and not electronically driven. It wasn't afraid of the magnetic explosive grenade gun. The man thought about Gu Nianji's suggestion in the darkness. She was right. Both of them were actually waiting for death to come if they hit here. They didn't know how many people there were on the other side, nor did they know how many weapons they had. However, an XM-40 magnetic explosive grenade gun was enough to send everyone in this building to hell. What happened to Cousin Xie? Gu Nianji's frown deepened. In the corridor outside, another man in a suit and leather shoes walked out. If Xie Qingying was here, she would recognize that this person was one of the two people she had met in the elevator at noon. The other one was already lying in the corridor. He had been shot at the same time as one of Gu Nianji's bodyguards. Xie Qingying's mouth was gagged, her arms tied behind her back, and she was thrown under the table in the conference room. There weren't many people in her company. After the afternoon meeting, someone suggested that they get off work early, so she agreed. Because of the explosive headlines these past few days, her company's people had been working overtime for several days in a row. There weren't many things to do today, and she had to entertain Gu Nianji, so she let them leave first. However, not long after these people left, someone knocked her out from behind. When she woke up, she was already tied up and tied under the table. This is the third watch of the day, Chapter 1902, Critical Moment, 1. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It seems to be the end of the month again. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1914. The back of Xie Qingying's head hurt so much that it felt like it was about to split open. Her brain kept buzzing, as if tens of thousands of bees had flown in and were buzzing inside. For a while, she couldn't hear or see. When she opened her eyes, she saw stars, and her ears felt like they were isolated in a vacuum. She almost thought that she had really been beaten deaf and blind. When she finally recovered, she realized her situation. She had been tied up and thrown under the table like a dumpling. She blinked and tried to see her situation clearly. The room was very dark, and her arms were tied behind her. She didn't know what time it was. Her eyes gradually adapted to the darkness and she realized that she was in the conference room where she had called for the meeting to end. So it was the conference room. Her memories came back to her like a horse lantern being turned upside down. That newly hired director of hers looked like an elite, but it turned out that she was the one who had led the wolf into the house. Xie Qingying gritted her teeth with hatred. Soon, she thought of Gu Nianji, who had seen the original copy of the package, and her heart sank. Oh no, Gu Nianji wouldn't still be here, would she? This girl was really unlucky. It was all her fault. If she hadn't invited her to her company, she wouldn't have suffered such an undeserved disaster. Also, He Zhichu cared so much about Gu Nianji. If he knew that she had suffered at her place, would they still be able to continue? Countless thoughts flashed through Xie Qingying's mind, but none of them could help her escape successfully. What should she do? Xie Qingying looked around and suddenly remembered that when she had renovated the conference room, there was an alarm under the conference table. It was connected to the building's security and police stations. At that time, the alarm was only a normal security measure. It was mainly prepared to prevent the employees she had fired from causing trouble on the spot. Now it came in handy. Xie Qingying gradually moved her body under the table and sat up slowly. Fortunately, the conference table was relatively high, so she didn't need to hunch her body to move under the table. Her arms were tied behind her back by hard nylon rope. The rope was so tight that her arms were already in pain. Xie Qingying suspected that if she didn't get rescued in time, her arms would be crippled because of the long-term blood flow even if they weren't broken. She cursed those damned bandits, especially the new male director she had hired. She also hated herself for being blind to have hired such a person. He knelt on the ground and used his knees to move forward step by step. Finally, he arrived at the location under the conference table where the alarm was installed. She stood up and pressed her head against the alarm, but after a long time, she did not hear any response. Logically speaking, there should be a slight click before the alarm system outside was connected. What was going on? Xie Qingying thought that she hadn't hit the alarm, so she gritted her teeth and exerted more force. In the end, she didn't control her strength well, and her head hit the conference table with a thud. Voila! The conference table was kicked open, revealing Xie Qingying who was under the table. That person laughed sinisterly. You're awake. What was he trying to do? Are you looking for someone to save you? Another voice said, Boss, there's an alarm under the conference table. You want to call the police? Bitch. The man who had been laughing sinisterly grabbed Xie Qingying's hair and pulled her up. He slapped Xie Qingying a few times, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. Xie Qingying had never been tortured like this in her life. The arrogance in her bones was completely aroused. She spat out a mouthful of blood on that person's face. Don't be so arrogant. I've already called the police. The police will come to arrest you soon. Xie Qingying said loudly. If you let us go now, I can let bygones be bygones. If you continue to do evil, you can wait to go to jail. You've already called the police. The two men in the conference room looked at each other and laughed. Call the police. Who are you fooling? How are you going to call the police? The man standing at the front wiped the blood off his face and slapped Xie Qingying again. This time, Xie Qingying fell to the ground, her left cheek hitting the ground first. Her tender face scraped off a piece of skin on the hard Brazilian cherrywood floor, and the pain made her cry. The man raised the strange-shaped gun in his hand and said loudly, I have a grenade magnetic storm gun. One bullet just now paralyzed all the networks and circuits here. You call the police. You have to ask if the grenade magnetic storm gun in my hand is okay. Xie Qingying didn't know what a grenade magnetic storm gun was, but when she heard the man say that one bullet had paralyzed all the networks and circuits here, she recalled that the alarm didn't seem to have worked. She looked at the electrical appliances and light switches in the conference room. They really didn't seem to have any electricity because the indicator lights were gone. Usually, even if the lights were turned off, there would be a small red dot flashing at the light switch. It was the indicator light. Now that the conference room was dark, the indicator lights couldn't be seen at all. Xie Qingying saw that she couldn't bluff them, so she had no choice but to come up with another plan. She begged, "Do you want money? I have money. I can transfer as much as you want. Why hurt me? Think about it, who is my uncle? If he really harmed me, where do you think you can run to?" The man laughed and said, "Miss Xie, you don't have to worry about that." He half-knelt on one leg and squatted in front of Xie Qingying. He grabbed her hair again and brought her to his level. He asked, "Where's your cousin, Gunyanji? Where is she?" Xie Qingying's heart skipped a beat. Why would this person mention Gunyanji by name? "Tell me." The man was a little agitated. He pressed the gun in his hand against Xie Qingying's temple. "Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'll shoot you. If you shoot me, you'll never find Gunyanji." Xie Qingying sneered. "Do you think I'm an idiot to play this game with me?" The man was stumped by Xie Qingying. He stared at her, flabbergasted. He really didn't know how to refute her. Just as they were in a stalemate, another man came in from outside and whispered to the man, "Boss, we've searched every office here. We didn't see anyone else. We don't know where she's hiding." Another man said. Could it be that the information was wrong? Did she actually not come? Or has she already escaped? No, she's definitely still in the company. I locked the door, and someone checked the surveillance cameras at the door. No one went out after the blackout. Xie Qingying thought the voice was familiar. She glanced at it and realized it was her new male director. She glared at the man angrily. She wanted to shoot him with bullets in her eyes. The man sensed Xie Qingying's gaze and looked at her from the corner of his eye. He smiled lightly. "President Xie, why don't you tell me where Gunyanji is hiding?" Xie Qingying was half relieved. She was very sure that as long as someone wasn't caught by them, these people wouldn't do anything to her. Also, Gunyanji was so important to He Zhichu. If he knew Gunyanji was in danger, He Zhichu would probably come to save them immediately. Xie Qingying felt a slight bitterness in her heart when she thought of this, but she quickly suppressed it. At this time, staying alive was more important. No matter who He Zhichu was here to save, it was fine as long as he could save them all. Xie Qingying understood this and said with a straight face, "How would I know? I've been in meetings here all this time. How could you not know?" The male director chuckled. "That's true." He turned to the hot-tempered man and said, "Boss, I've checked all 4 broadcast rooms over there. I've even checked the boxes next to the cameras. There's really no one there." Xie Qingying hung her head. She was also wondering where Gunyanji had gone. Could she have really run out? If she had really run out, she would have found a way to contact the outside, right? Would He Zhichu come to save her? Xie Qingying's heart was in turmoil. One moment she felt sweet, the next she felt hopeless. At this moment, she could only do this to calm her emotions that were on the verge of a breakdown. The male director walked over and said with a smile, "However, I'm guessing she's still in the largest broadcast room." I was the last person to see her, in that live broadcast room. She had 2 bodyguards. Our people killed one, so she only has 1 bodyguard left. The leader of these people immediately stood up and said, "Let's go to that broadcast room. We have to find her even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground." They walked towards the door of the conference room. Halfway there, the leader turned around and pointed at Xie Qingying. "Bring her with you." 4 or 5 men dragged Xie Qingying to the largest broadcast room. There was no electricity here, so they used flashlights to light up the place. Several bright beams of light swayed in the pitch-black broadcast room, looking for a place to hide. However, after searching for a long time, they didn't see a single person. This is really strange. Could it be that she can fly? The leader of these people became impatient. He rushed to Xie Qingying angrily and grabbed her collar. He shouted again, "Tell me. Where is Gu Nianji? If you don't tell me, believe it or not, we'll gang rape you here today." Xie Qingying panicked. You. What are you doing? Don't do anything rash. My uncle is Prime Minister Xia Beiqin, and my fiancé is Major General He Zhichu. If you dare touch me, they won't let you go. Ha 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 ha. Do you think your uncle is so great because he's the Prime Minister? Your fiancé is Major General He Zhichu. That's great. I haven't had a taste of the Major General's woman yet. I'm going to try it today. The man wasn't intimidated. He put the magnetic grenade gun on his back and stepped forward. He tore off Xie Qingying's top. Her full breasts were wrapped in a high-end pink and purple lace bra. The man's eyes almost turned red. Xie Qingying couldn't help but scream hysterically. Gu Nianji hid alone in the ceiling area of the live broadcast room's ceiling. The person protecting her had already snuck out to call for help. Before leaving, he stood on the table in the broadcast room and lifted her up to the concave light area on the ceiling. When there was electricity, of course it wasn't safe for Gu Nianji to hide here. But now that there was no electricity, as long as she hid inside and didn't move, no one would think of this place. Of course, she couldn't hide here forever. Those people might think of this place in a while. Gu Nianji believed that as long as she held on for a few more minutes, someone would come soon. In the end, she didn't wait for the person who saved them to come. What she waited for was the gangster about to rape Xie Qingying. Gu Nianji couldn't watch this kind of violence happen right under her nose. Even though she knew it would be useless if she went down and might even end up in the same situation as Xie Qingying, she still couldn't tolerate it. She touched the gun in her bag and silently took it out. With a click, she loaded the gun. With the light of the flashlights in their hands, Gu Nianji saw that the man was about to pounce on her and rape her. Expressionlessly, she aimed the gun at the back of the man's head and pulled the trigger. After one shot, the man's brain burst open. The other men were shocked and all took out their guns. The male broadcaster even bent down to retrieve the magnetic grenade gun from the back of the leader who had been shot by Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji panicked when she saw this. She couldn't let him use this gun. Once he took it out, she and Xie Qingying would die a horrible death. Gu Nianji didn't care how many bullets she had. She aimed at the back of the man's head and shot again. Bang! The man fell to the ground as well. Then, the third, the fourth, and the fifth. All of them died to Gu Nianji's gun when they were picking up the gun. Actually, although Gu Nianji's marksmanship wasn't bad, it wasn't to the point where she couldn't miss. But this time, she was looking down from above and had the advantage in position, so it was easy for her to shoot. In addition, these people risked their lives to snatch the magnetic grenade gun, which gave Gu Nianji a chance to take advantage of. That was why she was able to fight against 5 people and bury them all here. Xie Qingying hadn't expected Gu Nianji to be able to kill all these people. She had escaped death and was excited. She quickly put on her clothes and looked up at the dent in the ceiling above her head. She bumped into Gu Nianji, who had poked her head out. Gu Nianji whispered, "Cousin Xie, bring me a table. This place is so high, I don't dare to jump." Xie Qingying, you don't dare to jump, but you dare to kill. How did this girl grow her guts? Xie Qingying was grateful and ashamed to Gu Nianji. She quickly pushed the table over. However, Gu Nianji had just jumped down from the ceiling when another group of people rushed in. This group was obviously much more powerful. They were all wearing tight gray gun suits, low-brimmed hats, and masks. They were muscular and moved quickly. The 5 bastards from before couldn't compare to them. The leader raised his hand and shot Xie Qingying in the shoulder. Another person rushed in front of Gu Nianji and covered her mouth. He turned the butt of the gun and hit the back of her neck, knocking her out. Another 3 people searched the 5 bastards on the ground and took away any documents that could prove their identities. Then, they fired several shots at their heads, smashing their faces into pieces. Xie Qingying couldn't take the ups and downs of the day anymore. Her eyes rolled up and she fainted. When she woke up, she saw He Zhichu's anxious face. Achoo! Xie Qingying felt extremely wronged. She threw herself at He Zhichu and cried in his arms. He Zhichu patted her patiently and asked, "Where's Nianji? Where did Nianji go?" This is the first and second chapter of today's big chapter, Chapter 1903, Moment of Crisis, 3. It's the last day of August. Everyone should quickly cast your monthly votes. Today counts as the 3rd chapter. There will be the 3rd chapter at 8 p.m. We will continue to reward the leader of the General Alliance. P.S. Thank you to Wu Ai Tang for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the leader of A McMug Loves Blue for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1915. Xie Qingying shuddered at the thought of what had just happened. She grabbed He Zhichu's shirt and said in a trembling voice, "Those people were too scary. Nianji was so powerful. If it weren't for her, I would have been bullied by those people." Fortunately, Gu Nianji had fired a shot at the man at the critical moment and stopped them from attacking. Otherwise, Xie Qingying couldn't imagine what would have happened next. He Zhichu paused and quickly looked at Xie Qingying. "It's good that you're okay. What about Nianji? Where did she go?" Xie Qingying closed her eyes. She was taken away. She had just jumped down from the light slot in the ceiling when another group of people rushed in. These people were even scarier than the 5 men from before. Xie Qingying touched her bandaged shoulder and grimaced in pain. He Zhichu pushed her away. "Hurry up and get the bullet out of your shoulder. Take care." He then strode out of the ward. Xie Qingying looked at He Zhichu with disappointment. Her lips parted and she wanted to stop him, but when she thought of Gu Nianji, who had been taken away, she didn't say anything. Gu Nianji was in danger now, and she still owed her for saving her life. Slowly leaning back on the bed, Xie Qingying closed her eyes. The scene just now slowly replayed in her mind, and she began to ponder some details that she hadn't noticed before. Those people had said they were here to capture Gu Nianji, and the people who had rushed and later had taken Gu Nianji away. Didn't this mean that she, Xie Qingying, was the one who had been caught in the crossfire? But what good did Gu Nianji have to make those people target her? From Xie Qingying's point of view, Gu Nianji was very capable, but she was like fire and water with the Qin family. After breaking off the engagement with He Zhichu, Gu Nianji was just a normal person. What did such a person have that was worth it for them to scheme and spend so much effort? Was there a secret about Gu Nianji that she didn't know? Xie Qingying's intuition as a media person told her that there was big news here, but when she thought of what Gu Nianji had done for her, she suppressed her thoughts. She had to distinguish between kindness and hatred. She wasn't someone without a bottom line. Gu Nianji's head hit something that looked like a piece of metal with a thud. She hissed in pain and opened her eyes. She was still swaying. Her hands were tied behind her, so her center of gravity was unstable and she kept swaying. She blinked her eyes and gradually came back to her senses. She finally understood her situation. It seemed like she was in a caravan. The car was moving very fast, and the ground was bumpy. She was tied up and thrown to the ground, and her head hit the fender of the car. Just as he was deep in thought, A thud sounded, and his head was struck once more. Her face darkened. These people were already tied up. Why didn't they let her stay in a place further away from the bumper of the car? Was it fun to make her hit the wall? The sound of her head hitting the car attracted the attention of the people in front. A man walked in her direction, grabbed her arm without saying a word, and pulled her up to sit in the back seat of the car. In the dimly lit car, the streetlights outside the car flashed and shone on Gu Nianji's fair and beautiful face. It was like a layer of gentle light. The man swallowed involuntarily and reached out to Gu Nianji's chest, wanting to tug at her clothes. Gu Nianji was even more speechless. Weren't these people kidnapping her because of her perfect genes? Shouldn't they be putting her on a pedestal? They even wanted to violate her. They must be out of their minds. Gu Nianji sneered and shouted, "Stop! If you want a woman, where can't you find one? If you insist on making life difficult for me, I don't believe that your sugar daddy didn't order you to take me away unscathed. If you dare hurt me, let's see if your sugar daddy will pay you or not." The man's hand froze. That was what their employer had said. How did this woman know? Just as he was hesitating, another man walked over. Seeing the two of them in a stalemate, he slapped the back of the man's head and said in a low voice, "Get out. If you touch her again, I'll kill you. The boss told me to take her away unscathed, or I won't get paid." The man immediately sobered up and quickly said, "Boss, I was just scaring her. This girl is too hot. We can't touch her, but she can at least let us have a look. Her figure is really good." Gu Nianji glanced at the boss who had just walked in. He looked to be in his 30s and wasn't very tall. At most 1.74 meters, he couldn't be taller. He wasn't burly either. He was thinner than the man she had just scolded, but he had an aura that couldn't be ignored. He also looked very ordinary, and the color of his eyes seemed to be a little pale. It was very dark in the car, so Gu Nianji could only use the lights outside to size up the boss. The man quietly let her size up and leaned over to untie the rope binding her hands. Gu Nianji was just about to thank him when the man turned around and took a pair of plastic handcuffs to handcuff her. Gu Nianji, I don't know if I should say it. Okay, she had misunderstood. This was a kidnapper who was more clear-headed, but he was still a kidnapper. Was it possible to convince them to let her go? But even if it was impossible, she had to try. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and asked quietly, "Who asked you to kidnap me? How much did he pay you?" "Ha, who asked us to kidnap you? What do you care?" The kidnapper who had wanted to violate Gu Nianji earlier sneered. "Besides, he gave you this amount," he gestured with his hands. "Can you afford tens of millions of US dollars? No matter how much he gave you, I'll double it," Gu Nianji said calmly. "If you don't believe me, give me a call. I'll immediately get someone to transfer half of the money to your bank account." The man was stunned again. "Are you really that rich? What do you think? Otherwise, why would that person ask you to kidnap me? People die for money, and birds die for food." Gu Nianji's tongue was like a lotus flower. She used her skills in court and continued to bluff, "Look, I have so much money. Your financial backer only needs to give you a small portion, and he can get the majority. Aren't you guys stupid? You're the ones who put in the effort and killed people, but you can only get the soup and watch him eat the meat." Gu Nianji continued, "I promise I won't call the police. Even if the police do, they'll only arrest the person behind you, not you. I'll treat it as making friends, and the money will be used to hire bodyguards. How about that? Is it really that good?" The kidnapper was a little tempted. It was indeed as Gu Nianji had said. They had only come out to do this case for money. The other party had promised them such a large sum of money. As long as they left the country, they would immediately be able to start a new life. However, they still had a case, so they probably wouldn't be able to return to the country in the future. How about it, boss, is it? The boss was more simple-minded than the kidnapper. He shook his head expressionlessly. We've already signed a contract. We can't go back on our words in the underworld. It's her business that she has money. Do you really think she'll double it? The man glanced at Gunyanji. Don't be fooled by her. After a pause, he added, lawyers are the best at lying. Gunyanji was speechless. She chuckled. Boss is indeed the boss. You see further and think deeper than others. If you're so capable, why do you have to do a career as a kidnapper with no future? Don't you want to retire and clear your name? If you're so committed to your contract, you should set up a proper security company and go public. You'll get rich overnight and bring honor to your ancestors. In the future, you'll be able to marry a fair, rich, and beautiful woman and reach the pinnacle of your life. The boss acted as if he hadn't heard anything. No matter what Gunyanji said, he was still unmoved. However, the other kidnappers heard her and came over in shock. Boss, are you really not going to consider her suggestion? Yes, what if what she said is true? The corners of the big boss's mouth twitched. He took out a piece of tape and sealed Gunyanji's mouth. He warned her indifferently, you'd better behave yourself. I won't hold back if you try to incite my subordinates again. Gunyanji glared at him hatefully. He said it as if he was being polite. She really wanted to throw the handcuffs on her hands at his face. In the midst of the stalemate, the car suddenly screeched to a halt. Gunyanji fell from the seat. The man instinctively supported her and turned around to ask, what happened? Boss, the police set up a checkpoint in front. All cars have to stop for inspection. There are also a lot of police dogs. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1904, Moment of Crisis, 3. The second update of the 100,000 Chidian coins awarded to the leader of the alliance, I am Master Rashi, in April had arrived. It was the last day of August. Everyone should quickly cast your monthly votes. The first and second updates had already been updated in the morning. The two updates were combined into one. Mwah, everyone, little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.